GG Speedruns in collaboration with the Salsa Shack and Skunky48. My name is Perfect Finn. I'll be the lead MC for this event. You can call me Finny. Everyone can call me Finny except for Skunky48. It's Mr. Finn to you. For those of you not familiar with Böbl, this is a NES homebrew game made by Morphcat Games for the 2019 NES Dev Competition. It's the same corporation or company rather that's also responsible for Micro Mages. To give you an idea of what the game is all about, it's a physics-based Metroidvania. There are no enemies other than hard surfaces. Water's your friend in this game, as well as clouds. But the primary point of the game is to explore the map, collect power-ups, which will grant you access to new abilities. With me on the mic is my buddy Chuckles, the smoothest, most calm and collected voice in esports commentary. How are you doing this morning, Chuckles?
Hey, Finn. Good to be here. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Perfect. So, going back, taking a step back, looking at day one of the tournament, I think we had a great turnout. It was a very exciting day. We had a lot of excellent matches, and I expect more of the same today. Looking at the bracket, we have 8 competitors. I think based on what we saw on day one, due to the nature of Böbl gameplay, anything can happen, right? Because there are so many, tight jumps, tight movements. You risk popping and giving away a lead at any time. So I expect today to have a lot of exciting, interesting gameplay.
Absolutely. I think we're in for a really entertaining show. All of these runners have had some time to really dig into this game that they didn't have before the first day of the tournament. We're going to see a lot of strats today that we did not see at all on the first day of the tournament, and we're going to see some incredibly fast times. It really depends on how they chose to use that time between day one and day two, and let's see what they come up with.
Right, absolutely. I think we've seen between the initial day one and now we've had a few weeks, I believe 3 weeks, and we've seen some new strategies come out during that time period between what it's being called like the waterfall skip or over the falls, and a new grandma jump variant to exit the Deadeye room, the Deadeye duck room. And I think both of those can potentially save somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 5 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see what runners have prioritized practicing those strategies.
Yeah, and even in the other parts of the game, like the cloud climb, they have maybe not new strategies, but they've all had opportunities to kind of polish and refine their technique and shave off a few seconds there.
Yeah,
we'll
absolutely.
talk about those new strategies as the runs go on. Looks like we're getting set up for the first matchup here.
Yep, it looks like we're going to be watching El Rucco and Lick Arcade, and they're off actually. So we're going to see both players, maneuver down to the bottom of the map here to go grab the dive ball, which is going to allow them to dive an extra tile.
That's right. And the first portion of this race is going to look very familiar to anybody who was watching last time. Most of the new strategies we're going to see aren't going to show up until after these runners obtain the jump ball, and then they start going for ducks 2, 3, and 4.
Right. The beginning of this should be pretty elementary, with the exception of this wall right here. You see both players are clearing that. We commonly refer to that as the annoying wall or the great wall. It's a much more difficult jump than it appears.
Yeah, once you get over that jump, it's pretty much smooth sailing until you get to the iron ball, which is the next power-up coming along. There are some pipes where you do have to be careful of which way you're going, but for these runners, that's effectively free at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah, both runners are going to be making their way down to this tiny pipe skip here, trying to take the most optimal path through the pipe maze, getting down to iron ball. We want to see them grabbing that iron ball around 115 or so, give or take. And it looks like both of them have close to identical iron ball pickup times, right around 114.
That's right. So now with that iron ball power-up, they can dive as deep as they want, and they also gain the ability to bounce off of hard objects one time before they would pop. So that really changes the gameplay. This next section, they're pretty good at flowing through here. Now we see them both hit the grandma jump. And this is where the game really starts to pick up in difficulty.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at both runners tagging this bell here. Bells are kind of like a checkpoint in this game, And oh, you see Lick, he pops there. Now he heads back to the bell checkpoint. But both of the runners now are going to be diving towards what we call, commonly referred to as the abyss. What they're doing here is they're setting up a death warp. They don't want to hit any additional bells on the way down to the abyss, because what they're looking to do is get down here, grab the first duck, Darkwing. You'll see El Rucco grab it there, and then head down to get the double jump power up. And they need to be very careful the entire way navigating the abyss, because they don't want to pop or tag any additional bells, because they're looking to ideally grab the double jump power up and then intentionally pop and be able to warp all the way back to that first bell checkpoint that they had set up. You'll see El Rucco moving here into this bell skip, one of the most critical skips, and she does get it.
Yes, this room with the bell skip was one of the major points of interest last time. Most of these runners have gotten very good at that bell skip, and I don't expect that we're going to see many of them miss it today. As we see El Rucco go for the second duck, Aflac, and fall down to the pipe, we're going to see one of our new strategies today, known as the waterfall skip. The idea is to bounce over the waterfall. It looks like El Rucco doesn't go for it. We'll see if Lick Arcade goes for it here. Nope.
Interesting.
I guess we'll have to talk about that in another run. Right now they're going both down to the Scrooge room, which is the safer move, and they're going to get Scrooge, pop, go back up to the top for Deadeye. So this is very similar to what we saw from them on day one of the tournament.
Yeah, well, it looks like El Rucco going for the Deadeye skip, which he does get the bell skip, which is good. But it looks like Lick might actually be going... Yeah, he does go for the waterfall skip here. Nice.
So we can see how much of a time save that is. He's already slightly in the lead over El Rucco because of that.
Yep, both players miss the pixel perfect death warp, but they do get the backup.
They are pretty much dead even at this point. The timers are off by... No, they're pretty on track, but it'll be interesting to see who's cleaner through this climb section here. There's not like I said, there's not a lot of new strategies in the cloud climb. It's all about clean execution of everything that you can do.
Right, and I've been watching Lick a little bit recently, and I think he said, the weakest part of his runs lately has been the cloud climb. So I'll be interested to see if he can, cleanly execute to potentially squeeze this one out.
See, Lick is the first one to get to Wild Wing. El Rucco's not far behind. Now they only have one duck remaining.
Yep, Lick moving past pretty much the... Oh, El Rucco popping on like one of the last spots that you can potentially pop on. That's unfortunate. It's going to be, tough time loss in a spot where she can't really afford to make any further mistakes.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge time loss, but with how close they are to the end, there's not a lot of a chance to make up for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, both players going to be moving up, ascending through the clouds, navigating to the final duck here, and then, moving into the pipes, where we'll see them reach the last screen of the game and make sure that they've gathered all 8 ducks along their way.
All right, Lick is the first one to get Howard the duck. He now makes his final jump over, and he will be the first to enter the pipe.
I think so, around
pipe takes about
5:13
34 seconds.
Yeah, so be looking at like a nice, 5:47, 5:48. El Rucco slightly behind, looks like about 8 seconds, maybe like 5:21. But yeah, very close. That pop when El Rucco was entering the clouds climb was really unfortunate. I think it was very close up to that point.
Yeah, both of them had a good run. Lick had a very minor pop earlier, but he made up for it by going for that waterfall skip. And utilizing a new strategy known as salmon jumping, which is when you jump against the current. And doing that was enough to get him back into the lead, and then he held on to it.
Yep.
See, both runners have all their ducks, so the first one does go to Lick Arcade. This is a best out of 3. So the runners will take a moment here, get set up for race number 2.
Yeah, so about 7 seconds of difference between these two runners. GG to both players. Obviously, Lick took it down. Lick has been one of the best and most consistent players, I think, in the past few weeks. He's been, actively grinding the game, I think a lot more than most of the other players in this event have. So I expect Lick to be making some big moves today.
Oh, for sure. He's really embraced running this game and has spent a lot of time on it. This game was recently added, version 1.1 was added to speedrun.com, so we're able to track world records on there. And just in this week, Lick Arcade set the world record had it taken away, and as of last night, I think he is tentatively the world record holder again in this game.
Right. Yeah, I think he and Moniker both have 454s in version 1.1 all ducks. So,
yes,
Lick,
although those
Lick
times are just to the pipe and not to the water, so that's 34 seconds lower than what you would see for the times we're going for here.
Right. Yeah. So Lick, very obviously proving that he can race Bubble with the best of them for sure. I think we're just letting our runners get set up here for our second race. Give them a moment to catch a breath.
Rocco's also been doing a fair amount of practicing. I know she's been posting numerous PBs in the Bobble chat. So I think she's also improved a lot since day one of this tournament.
Absolutely. Chat's kind of talking about the fastest times of the tournament so far. That's a good time to bring up that the fastest time of the tournament will be winning a Sacred Oils controller courtesy of Skunky48. So that is something to keep your eye on throughout the remainder of the day.
Yep. I expect another close race here. There's no bad runners in this tournament today. And so I don't think anybody's going to feel like they have a free shot to go for a world record. But, pretty much every time they're running, they're trying to go as fast as they can. There's no playing it safe on day 2.
Right. Yeah, I'll be interested to see if Rucko makes any adjustments here, just because, like I said, it seems like Lick has been, one of the most active runners in the past few weeks. And he has, as we saw in the last race, he's adopted some of those newer strategies. And I'll be interested to see if that's the difference. If Rucko decides maybe I need to get a little more aggressive, kind of get out of my comfort zone and maybe go for something that I'm not, as familiar with, or if she's just going to stick to her plan A.
I think Rucko is trying to play the cleanest possible run they can for the strats that she's comfortable with. I would expect her to try to have a run with no unintentional pops and hope that Lick makes mistakes. Lick Arcade is very fast at this game, but, nobody's perfect. He absolutely pops sometimes, and things don't always go according to plan. As we see Rucko take a pop there, not a big one, but in a race like this, that might be enough.
Right. Yeah, that pop's probably a couple seconds or so, but there are much worse pops to take for sure. Just missed the grandma as well, so, falling behind here a little bit as we see Lick Arcade move up to tag the bell to set up his Death Warp on his way down to grab Darkwing and the double jump power-up.
Rucko takes another pop there, so she's going to have a little bit of time to make up. She needs to hope that Lick makes a mistake. Maybe he tries to thread the needle here and takes a costly pop in the abyss. Something like that would put her right back in it.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm really hoping nobody tries to thread the needle today, but we'll see. Some people like to think that it's free.
Some people are very comfortable with it and go for it pretty regularly. To me, it doesn't seem like a race-safe strategy. It's not that much of a time save, and the cost if you don't get it is a lot.
Right, I agree. So Lick does get the bell skip. He'll be getting the double jump power-up, which allows him to jump in midair. He takes an intentional pop and Death Warps back to the top. See if Rucko can get this.
Rucko also gets skip.
Yeah, just so consistent at that skip. It's such a critical point in the run, and it's just amazing to me the consistency that the runners achieve it now.
And we're going to see some different strategies with that bell skip, and some of them are certainly faster than others. Rucko's strategy is pretty safe, but I think it does cost her at least a second over the way Lick handled it.
Right. So we saw Lick did get the waterfall skip, and now it looks like he's going to be going back, trying to set up this reverse exit. Ooh, he does pop, so he's going to be losing, I don't know, probably 5 seconds for attempting it, 5 seconds for the pop, maybe somewhere between 8 to 10 seconds.
The reverse exit, that's also known as the demonic grandma, as that was found by Moniker. If you can do it successfully, it saves about 5 seconds over just a regular Deadeye pop. If you fail on it, it costs you about 5 seconds over a regular Deadeye pop. So that's a 10-second swing right there. Worth trying once, but if you don't get it, you pop and that's it.
So Rucko's going to pick up Deadeye right now. She did hit the Deadeye bell skip, but Lick just kind of really with a commanding lead at this point, just due to those few few extra pops that Rucko had at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, he has a comfortable lead into the clouds here. He still needs to execute. He needs to make sure he doesn't forget Howard at the end. Something like that would be very costly. But he just needs to keep it clean, and Rucko needs to hope that he makes a mistake.
See Lick starting his climb into the clouds. Rucko's going to be picking up ducks, 6 and 7 here. Snatches Ferdinand out of his barn. Going to be moving up and snatching up Wild Wing out of his little spa as, Lick tries to clean up his cloud climb that I know he had issues with earlier this week.
Rucko takes a costly pop on Wild Wing there. It's one of the last pillars you can pop on.
Lick takes his last intentional death warp of the run, and he'll be entering the pipe here shortly. Really clean run from Lick, honestly. I didn't really see any major mistakes at all. Nice 5:08 pipe entry. Really
Yeah,
solid
I think
time.
the
That
only
might be the
thing-
fastest time of the tournament.
It probably will be. We're going to see that fastest time go down a lot today. The only thing Lick didn't get was that demonic grandma, the reverse exit from Deadeye that would have saved him some time. But that's a calculated risk, and I think he'll be pretty happy with this time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so probably be looking at a 5:42 to the water, which should put him with the fastest time in the tournament so far, which will qualify him to win that controller from Sacred Oils. I believe Razzle is for the fastest time of the tournament. Yep, 5:42 to the water, and all 8 ducks accounted for. GG to Lick Arcade, taking this one down 2-0. So we see Rucko with a 5:50 pipe entry. GG to both runners.
Yeah, they both did a great job. Fast times, but Lick was just cleaner and was able to execute his strategies. He will be moving on, but GG to both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something that's interesting. We had that 3 weeks of lead time into the top 8 of this event, and it was just interesting to see how runners utilize that time, right? People like Lick, very hungry, played a lot, grinded a lot, adopted these newer strategies. But maybe some of the other runners, maybe they're like fire for the tournament waned during that time. So it'll be interesting to see, how people prioritize practicing for this event over that time period.
And we also have different types of runners here. Lick Arcade speedruns a lot of games. El Rucko is one half of Game Time Television, and they are tremendous pinball streamers. So they haven't been able to stream Böbl as much as they're busy with other things. But I think El Rucko did a great job today.
Yeah, absolutely. Very consistent. El Rucko proved herself to be, very, very consistent, incredibly clean movement throughout the tournament. Okay, so that was our first match of the day between El Rucko and Lick Arcade, and I believe our next match should be between Pico de Guile and Evil Elf. This one is kind of, I don't know, a mystery to me. I think that Evil Elf has been practicing a fair amount, but he's been doing it all offline, so I don't have an idea of what his runs look like at the moment. And I have not seen Pico play the game either. So I don't really know what to expect. I think this could go either way.
Yeah, certainly a lot of unknowns here. Both of these runners have been streaming a lot since day one, but they've been streaming other things. Evil Elf's been streaming a lot of turtles, and Pico has been streaming a variety of things, including some. He's doing a Pokemon Nuzlocke run right now. So yeah, I'm curious to see who is doing their practice offline and what we're going to see out of these guys.
Absolutely. Welcome back, everyone. We're moving on to match 2 of the Grandma's Old Fashioned Bubble Tournament. I'm here joined with Chuckles. Chuckles, we're going to be watching Pico and Evil Elf. What do you think about this one?
Well, this is the second matchup of the day in our popped bracket, so the winner advances and the loser is done for the day. So they're both going to be fighting for their lives here. I think these are a couple of great runners, but neither of them really specializes in running bubble. So it's anybody's guess. They're both really good, and I'm not sure who's been doing more practice offline, but we haven't been seeing them do a lot on stream in terms of this game.
Right. Yeah, I want to say that Elf has been practicing more, but that's just conjecture on my end. So I'd like to give the nod to Elf, but like I said, I think you're correct. I think this could easily go either way. I'm excited to see what happens. I'll be interested to see if either of these runners implement the new strategies that we discussed previously, that we saw Lick Arcade use in his runs. But yeah, both players obviously fighting for their tournament life here, so I'm hoping that they, get aggressive, stay hungry, and we'll see who can come out the victor. Previously, in the last run, we saw Lick Arcade take down El Rucco 2-0. Lick also put up the fastest time of the tournament so far with a 5:42 to the water. That'll qualify him to win one of the Sacred Oil controllers that are being given away today. There are 4 controllers in total, one being given to the winner of the tournament, one being given to a random top 8 tournament participant, one being given to a random tournament viewer, and then the fastest time of the tournament.
That's right. So anybody who's hanging out in chat right now, make sure you stick around because you have a chance to go home with a Sacred Oils controller.
Absolutely. All right, we're off here. Looks like Pico is going to be out just a little early, so I assume we'll get these video feeds synced up here momentarily. Both players collecting the dive ball power-up, which will allow them to dive one tile deeper. We'll get our feeds synced up here, and you can tell that they're on, very similar paces here in the opener. The beginning of this game, kind of, I wouldn't necessarily say free because there's so much precision-based movement in the opening of these runs, but you see both players probably having very comparable paces here up to grabbing Iron Ball.
Yeah, world record pace to the Iron Ball is like a very high 112, but really anything from 112 to 115 they'll be pretty happy with. So, yeah, we're not going to start to see separation until that second segment in a lot of these runs.
Right. You see Pico and Evil Elf both moving down here to this kind of, I guess you'd call it a pipe skip, kind of clip into the pipe earlier than intended. But this is going to allow them to enter the pipe maze a little bit sooner. They'll be navigating through this pipe maze. I don't think... You know what? I was about to say I don't think we've seen a mistake in the pipe maze yet during the tournament. But we see Elf take a wrong turn. He takes the scenic route through the pipe maze. That's going to set him back a little bit as he picks up the Iron Ball right around 120.
We probably think of the pipes as free, but I know I've made plenty of mistakes there. If you're not timing that input just right, it's very easy to go down the wrong way. But this is still early in the run, and we have a lot to see out of these runners, so we're certainly not calling it yet.
For sure. We'll see Pico and Elf both move here to perform the Grandma jump, get in to set up this first bell death warp skip that we talked about previously. They'll be tagging a bell up here to set up a death skip down by Darkwing and the double jump power-up.
We're going to see basically all of the runners go for this bell skip today, and we don't talk about it too much. But if you don't pull off this bell skip, that's costing you probably about 30 seconds over having to take the long way around. So it's very crucial, and we just kind of take it for granted.
Absolutely. Elf took another unfortunate pop there, trying to set up the Grandma's basement jump. So, fall a little bit further behind. Pico, we see him grab Darkwing Duck, and he's heading down further into the abyss to go get that double jump power-up that we talked about previously. And then he'll take an intentional pop to death warp out of the bottom of the map.
All right, we see a very nice clean skip from Pico there as he gets the pop, and Elf is still approaching that screen. We'll see. It looks like Pico is going for Affleck first, so there's a chance he will go for the fall skip.
Yeah, Pico looking good so far. He's playing pretty clean.
Yeah, and Elf does accidentally ring that bell, so he does have to take the long pipe back up. We see Pico make the fall skip and do the salmon jump as he goes in for Deadeye.
I like
Very
this
good so
from
far.
Pico. He looks good. I was
Yeah,
interested to see if...
he didn't go for the demonic grandma, but that's okay. You know, if you're not sure you're going to get it, why take a chance to save 5 seconds if it'll cost you 5 seconds?
Right. And Pico, like I said, he's been playing pretty clean so far, so maybe he feels like he's in a position where that's unnecessary. You know, just continue to play safe, consistent.
Sure. And it's possible, you know, these runners, they probably practice these strats offline, and they have a, you know, they do some math in their head and say, well, if I can make it X% of the time, I'll go for it. But if I can only do it, you know, 20% of the time, it's not worth the risk.
Right. See Pico snatching up Plucky. Evil Elf going to be grabbing Scrooge and Death Warping. But Pico with a pretty commanding lead in this one. It would take something pretty wild to shake this one up.
Yeah, Pico needs to keep it clean. There's still a little bit of time to be lost on Ferdinand, Wild Wing, and Howard. Yeah.
Elf gets Deadeye and gets the pixel perfect pop out of there, so nice little time save for him.
Yeah, that brings him back a couple of seconds. And you know, if you're Elf, this is, you know, the first run of the day. You know, it's still early on. You might be thinking about, you know, what he needs to change for his second heat, since it is best out of 3 here. But you're certainly hoping to finish strong and not make any mistakes up in the clouds.
Right. Yeah, I think this is probably a little uncharacteristic for Elf. You know, it was my understanding that he's been practicing offline a little bit this week, so I think that he's probably just got a case of the nerves at the moment.
Yeah, just some first run jitters. Hopefully he gets that out of his system, and we see a closer race in the next one here. Pico picks up Howard and gets the pop. Really all that's left now is to make sure that he's got all the ducks in a row. He heads for the final pipe.
Around 5:16.
So it'll be about a 5:50, which, you know, is a good time. And if this had been the first day of the tournament, that would be in contention for fastest run of the day. But everybody's really taken it up a notch, and if he wants to win that particular Sig Royals controller, he'll need to do even better in the next heat.
Right. But I mean, Pico looked really good. That was very impressive to me. Finished with a nice 550 to the water.
That was really good.
He played really well. I like that we saw some new strategies out of Pico. You know, that tells me that he's been using these past few weeks to practice and adopt those strategies and get, you know, get consistent at them. But yeah, GG to Pico de Guile for taking down race 1. Looking forward to see, you know, if Elf can bring it back in race 2. I would definitely like to see some more bubbles. So I hope that we get to see a game 3, and I think that this could easily go either way.
You know, Elf did not hit the bell skip down by the jump ball, which, as we said, is a very costly, you know, that long ride up cost you a lot of time. If he had made that bell skip, it would have been a very different race, and they probably would have both been close at the end. So it's just,
absolutely.
You know, one scream can really determine a lot.
Right. Yeah, we haven't hyped up that moment as much today, just because, you know, we hyped it up a lot on day 1, and, you know, pretty much everyone hit it, you know, all the time. I think we saw like 1 or 2 misses throughout an entire 8-hour day.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it is the most critical point of the run. It's a nice, you know, 20 or 30 seconds. So it's probably the most pivotal point in the entire race.
Well, if I'm Pico, you know, I just want to go out there and pretty much replicate exactly what I did in Heat 1. If I'm Elf, I just need to clean up some mistakes and, you know, try to run my race. I think they would have been very close if not for that pop.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, the bell ring.
Yeah, it's just hard, right? Like, it seemed like Elf was maybe a little nervous in race 1. And then, like, you know, being nervous and then losing, that's only going to compound that anxiety. So, you know, it just depends on what kind of, like, mental fortitude he has. I don't know, you know, what his mindset looks like currently, but it can be really difficult to have, you know, race day anxiety and then go down, 0-1. But I hope that he's able to pull something together here. We do see him navigate through the Iron Ball maze properly this time, so both runners should be on even footing here, grabbing the Iron Ball power-up.
Yeah, I think they're both at 114 at the Iron Ball, so they're both happy with those times. And, they're assuming that their opponent is going to be dead even with them at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, the beginning of these races are pretty, I guess, quote unquote, free up until we set up this Death Warp skip to go get Darkwing and the double jump power up. So I think up to this point, you just have to assume that your opponent is doing just as well as you. We see Pico miss the Grandma there. Elf gets it. So it gives Elf a nice little, half screen lead. We do see Elf take an unfortunate pop there, trying to get that Grandma's basement jump, which, once again, that's Bubble. Somebody takes a pop, and then you see the lead shift dynamically back and forth just like that.
Yeah, with how good these runners are, we're going to see a lot of back and forth. This early in the run, no lead is safe because there's just too much left that could go wrong.
Yeah, that's what kind of makes it a crazy speed run from a race perspective is, due to the nature of the gameplay, I mean, the leads just change so frequently. Makes it really interesting to watch.
All right, looks like Pico has a slight lead as they go into this crucial bell skip screen here. Pico nails it pretty easily there. Elf takes a different strategy to get over. He does make it over cleanly this time, so they both are able to Death Warp and keep it a close race.
Nice, yeah. I'm excited to see that we have a race on our hands here. Pico a couple screens ahead as he picks up Affleck out of the clouds, but, once again, Elf can still easily catch up here. Be interested to see what strategies both runners opt for acquiring these next two ducks.
We see Pico did not go for the waterfall skip and instead opted to go down for Scrooge. Elf did the same. So they're pretty much on the same strategy, but Pico just took a costly pop there inside the vault.
Yeah, that's going to be really unfortunate. That's going to set him back quite a ways. I'm interested behind the mentality of why he didn't go for the waterfall jump as we see him go for it here. It's interesting to me that he chose to omit it this time. And then falls behind, and then I guess decides, okay, I'm behind now. I have my hands forced. I need to make up that time.
Yeah, it certainly is interesting why he would choose to go for it, not the first time, but the second time there. This Scrooge vault room is another area where mistakes can happen. The safe strategy is to really just hold down Iron Ball and pop all the blocks on the way over. The faster strategy is to let go, get a higher jump, and to skip some of those blocks, but we see how that can go wrong with what Pico did.
Right.
That being said, Pico is going to be the first one to get Plucky, our fifth duck, so we can see the kind of time save you can get with that waterfall skip. He was able to pop all the way down in Scrooge's room and recover, and now take the lead into the cloud section.
Yeah, I'm curious if I missed a pop maybe from Elf's screen. It is kind of crazy how far ahead he is with, that pop that he took. I think that the variable routing here makes things a little more interesting and less clear with some of these new tricks.
Yeah, everything, there's a ton of different routes you can take for ducks 2, 3, and 4. Once you get to Plucky, duck number 5, the game does become much more linear, and we're not going to see any deviations in the order of the ducks. It's all about clean execution at that point.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, that Affleck, Deadeye, Scrooge combo of ducks 2, 3, and 4, the runners have a lot of different options on how they want to approach picking those ducks up. And, as we can see, some of these new strategies, this waterfall skip, this reverse Deadeye exit, they can definitely make up a substantial chunk of time.
Yeah, it's been really great to watch the innovation in that period of the game there. For a while, everyone thought, well, this is the order. And then someone finds a new strat, and suddenly this is the faster order. And we've gone through several cycles of that now, as we see Pico to be the first one to enter the pipe. Evilolf not too far behind, but he will be second to the pipe. So we just need to make sure that they got all the ducks. It's been very impressive these last few weeks.
That's super interesting to me. Just looking at the waterfall skip, I think it might be a larger time save than runners are anticipating. I've seen 2 runners now have overall what I would consider to be sloppier runs, but their waterfall skips, just bailed them out. I saw Lick kind of take a few unnecessary pops, but he hit the waterfall skip and ended up walking away with the first race by about 6 or 7 seconds. And we kind of see the same thing here from Pico. Once again, he took a couple extraneous pops, but got that waterfall skip and was able to take it down. 610 to the water, Elf with a 622. GG to both runners, but Pico takes it down 2-0. And I think that waterfall skip might be the difference moving forward in the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of runs determined by the strategies that are taken there. Doing a clean run can only take you so far if you're using suboptimal strats. So, I think it's really going to come down to who put in the time in the weeks off to practice those new moves and implement them in a run.
Yeah, absolutely. GG to Pico de Gallo taking this one down 2-0. I believe our next racers up are going to be... Looks like it's Alti and Retrofile TV. It should be a good one. But yeah, I think we're going to take a short break while we let those runners get set up. We'll let you guys listen to some music, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, welcome back to Grandma's old-fashioned bubble tournament, top 8. Chuckles is on break, so I'm here joined by Noise Police. Noise, how are you doing?
I am so excited to be here with the perfect Finn.
Welcome. We've had a couple of really exciting races so far. We saw Lick Arcade take down Orucco 2-0 and Pico de Guile take down Evil Elf 2-0. Right now we're going to be setting up It's Alti and Retrophile TV. Two very talented players. How do you feel about this one going into it?
Well, like all the matches, I think it's going to be close. These are the number 2 and number 3 seeded racers originally, even though Lick Arcade sort of was sandbagging on that, but very talented. It's Alti, of course, world record contention. Retrophile TV can beat this game blindfolded, people. If you don't want to know more about that, I don't know, go to his page or something. But I think he's going to be using his eyes for these races. I don't know. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, he's been in the hyperbolic time chamber, right? So like now that he gets to use his eyes, he's taking the training weights off.
Power 9000, baby.
It's crazy because, yeah, It's Alti, I think, is one of the best players. He's kind of my secret, like, dark horse pick to win this event. But, yeah, Retrophile can beat the game without using his eyes. He beat it in, I think, 35 minutes and 44 seconds. So, incredibly talented.
And it looks like we're off. Look at this.
Here we go.
Speaking of not looking. All right, so it's as you would expect. Up front, we're syncing it. It's looking good. We got Retrophile TV on the right. It's Alti on the left. Cincinnati area, It's Alti, and Pennsylvania, famous Retrophile on the right. Over the Great Wall, I believe, everything swimmingly. We see some differences in opinion of how to travel there. A little bouncing on Retrophile. I appreciate that. It's Alti playing it safe. No one's really playing it safe because look at this. Jumping over, hitting the bell. Don't need to skip it yet. I'm excited to see, where do you think the first divergence is going to be with this?
Right. I mean, ideally, we wouldn't see a divergence until probably that, like, Aflac, Deadeye, Scrooge pathing. But honestly, I expect a pop right around the Grandma's basement area. Runners have been struggling with that so far today, and both of these guys are really good, but, I mean, race nerves, it's their first game of the day, so I'd be surprised if we don't see a pop in that Grandma's basement section.
I think we're going to see some aggressive gameplay, so I'm hoping for some pops. Sorry to say.
Oh, for sure. Both players grabbing a nice iron ball right around that 114, 115 mark. It's Alti getting a lot cleaner pipe entry, though, so picks up a tiny bit of a lead as they move into this first Grandma jump.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff when you hear that music change and get into this dark. Ooh, playing it safe and a pop. So, I mean, not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, there are worse pops to take for sure, but I mean, that is kind of a silly pop. I'm sure Alti's not really pleased about that.
Just a screen behind, though.
Yeah. There are much worse pops to take. You're going to see Retrophile tag this bell, Alti tag the bell. Ooh. See, there it is. Retro takes the...
Yeah, someone buy a lotto ticket for Finn here because... He nailed that one.
Yeah, Alti pops on it again. So, oh my gosh, I'm not
Retrophile. You think they're screen watching and seeing what's going on, or are they just two lunatics playing bubble right now?
I think they're two lunatics, but now they're probably both two very anxious lunatics.
Oh, I want to see some thread the needle. Come on, let's get some thread the needle pop going.
I don't think we're going to be threading any needles. I think both of these guys are holding onto their butts now and hoping that, the other person is doing just as bad as they are.
Well, here we go. We're about to find out as Alti travels to the left.
He goes for it. What a madman.
You're going to hear about this, man.
He just saves, maybe a 1/10 of a second. Insane to me.
And there we go. Clean. And once again, clean.
When you're behind, you kind of need all the time saves you can get, so.
And they both runners definitely think they're behind right now, right?
For sure.
All right, they're both going for Aflac right there. And soon we may have names of the ducks flashing on the screen. That's going to be exciting. But what's exciting right now is, are we going to see it? Are we going to see it? Oh, swag. Oh. Ah!
Nice. Nails the waterfall skip. That's already been proven to be huge today. Oh, Retrophile misses it.
So let's see, how much time this takes. This is going to be a good example right here. Both players are playing cleanly. One got the water skip, one didn't. we'll see what the time difference is.
Yeah, Alti tried to set up that demonic grandma, the reverse exit from the Deadeye room. He popped, unfortunately, so he didn't get it. So kind of losing some of the time save that he got from his waterfall skip there, but be interested to see once we get back to that more linear portion with Plucky, how this kind of shakes out.
If speaking of shaking out, we got Scrooge McDuck shaking a tail feather. Let's see It's Alti progress to the clouds. But first, he's got a pluck out Plucky right there. And, it's not free. None of this is free. We're playing by pixels here, these competitors right here. So anything could happen at any moment.
Yeah, Alti got Plucky at about 410. Retrofile picked him up at about 413. So, still very close.
He's gaining.
Yeah, there's a lot of time to be saved here in the cloud climb through just clean execution. So we'll see how the rest of this shakes out.
Speaking of clean execution, they both got Ferdinand cleanly out of his barn. I'm seeing a little... There we go. Okay. Maybe we're trying to sync up.
Yeah, there's a little slight lag there on Alti's side, but
I think we got it now.
Yeah, he's just about a screen ahead here. Maybe less than a screen. It's very close. It's probably the closest run of the day so far. And you can kind of see how Alti got a time save from that waterfall skip, but then kind of threw that time save away by missing the reverse Deadeye exit. So Retrofile was able to catch back up, and now both runners just neck and neck. Alti about a half a screen ahead here on this cloud climb.
It shows you what goes into a world record of this too, because you have to hit. There's so many trick names we're talking about. You gotta hit them all. Gotta hit them all.
Absolutely.
And here we go, Alti. Ooh. I'm still nervous, man. I mean, I know that we saw Alti get all the ducks, but I can't be sure right now with Retrofiles so close behind.
Yeah, Alti about 529 to the pipe, Retrofile 535, 536, so about a 6 or 7 second difference. Very close for first race for them. I like that one a lot. A lot of silly pops. I'll be interested to see how race 2 goes.
Yeah, oh my lord. And we see the times pretty much are synced up, so I think we can trust what we're seeing on the screen here. I think It's Alti is probably gonna come out with this first duck. Looks like he already has that's not a golden duck up there, I think. That's just a regular duck. But there is a golden duck for the winner, I hear. And it's, I don't think it's full of chocolate.
That's unfortunate. I mean, you wish it were.
It's full of sacred oils. All right, so good game to both of our competitors. We got a 609. That's pretty nice. And I'm looking forward to match 2. Do you think there'll be any differences in their play style, Finn?
I think that both runners are going to hope that they don't pop 17 times. But
well, we'll be counting, chat. Make sure you count all the pops of this next race and let the racers know.
But yeah, no, I mean, I think that was insanely close. I think that, Alti hitting that waterfall skip and Retrofile missing it made a big difference. But yeah, I think mostly they're probably both thinking, oh my God, that was so sloppy. I need to tighten up.
Well, let's see. We're getting ready for race 2 right now. Ooh, yeah, I kind of want to see this go to 3. I mean, we had Lick Arcade. He didn't do it handedly. I mean, but he got through with the 2-0, and I think I'm looking forward to a whole day full of bubble and ducks and frogs.
Absolutely. Let's see if Retrofile can take this one down so we can get ourselves a game 3 here.
Clean so far, down the waterfall. And by the way, people, if you haven't played this game yet, go on to the MorphCat itch.io and go get it, because it is such a fantastic game and a great first playthrough as well. Once again, seeing the swag of movement. I like this. Going down, we got the typical stuff right here that we no divergence from V1 to V11 to the first round to the finals round. It's all bubble from here. These guys, I mean, we're looking for, I believe, a 115 to or under, possibly a 113 when we get that iron ball. So I think I think we're probably going to see that number for most of these competitors, including these ones right here, except for Elf. Sorry, Elf, you took a little detour, but it's all good. We still love you.
Sometimes you got to take the scenic route. Stop and smell the flowers.
All pipes percent it's got to be a thing. There we
All
go. Iron Ball,
5%.
113. Amazing. 114. Amazing. Those are sub 115s, people.
Alti breaking an extra brick there. It's interesting how like little just micro decisions there. You know, he had about a second of a lead. Now he's probably like a half second just from like that little extra brick break.
It's a game of pixels, and when you're when you react, when your bubble bounces after everything, it causes additional time. You know, it's like a knockback in Castlevania or something. You know, you're in the air, you're frozen, you just want to fall back into that drink.
Yeah, we talked about this on day one of the tournament, but it's very much like a game that's easy to learn, difficult to master. You know, you really have to learn the nuances of like controlling your buoyancy, etc.
And Alti with the grandma's basement and the top route. Look at that. He's not letting up. He knows he won that first one. He's trying to win the first one. And it's worth noting that It's Alti, I know this has been discussed, had the fastest time of the first round. So they're all racing for that Sacred Oils controller. I'm convinced. Now, I know there's 4, and I know that Skunky makes them all great, but I'm convinced that the one for the fastest is the best. Come on. Come on. They want to win that fastest controller.
Alti threads the needle. So, yeah, dude, he's looking hungry. He's, you know, kind of pulling out all the stops here. I think he definitely wants to finish this one out. I don't think he wants to see a game 3. Gets that nice bell skip. He's going to intentionally take a death pop here and warp back. So, he's, about a screen or two ahead of Retrofile at this point. He's looking really good.
This is looking good, and here is the part where it can get hairy. I saw a comment in chat earlier, come on, none of these people are going to forget a duck at this level of play. But this is where it can happen. We have 3 ducks to collect right here, and about 16 different routes we can take, all right? I don't know what 3 factorial is, but it's bigger than what I'm capable of remembering on the fly. So these people could make a mistake. You got to watch out, especially with all these backups, live backups in play. But we got Alti getting Affleck so far, just getting Scrooge. Retrofile's getting Scrooge. I think they both have to go for Deadeye is all that's left, correct?
Yeah, they're both on the same path here. Alti. Whoa, that was a weird pop. That was a very strange pop to take.
He had to pop there, or else he was going to waste a whole lot of time because he already had gotten Scrooge. I think he got confused about the route he was taking.
Right, and that's what you just talked about. All these new strategies and kind of like this variable routing in these 3 ducks. You can, like, if you haven't practiced these new strats and these new routes in these past few weeks, very easy to kind of get mixed up and say, oh, what am I doing? You know?
And It's Alti, I believe, started practicing some of these strats this morning. So, you know, understandable that could happen, especially being in the lead, all that adrenaline. But he is still in... Well, no, he's not. Retrofile has taken the lead. It's very close, though.
Yeah, that was costly. Put him behind. It's probably, I'd say, 4 or 5 seconds behind now at this point. So, you know, there's still a little bit of game left to be played. We've talked about, you know, clean execution during the cloud climb and gathering up some of these last couple ducks. We see Retrofile kind of get targeted there. Yeah. So, you know, that's the kind of edges that Alti's going to need if he wants to steal this one.
They're on the same screen now. I'm liking this. It's going to come down to the climb, and I know that that you like that, Fid.
Yeah, I like to see like how the runners kind of navigate the climb. It's a good section where you can see the runners kind of express themselves through their movement in the game, because like no 2 runners really do it exactly the same. But yeah, I like that this part, there's like, you know, there's nowhere to pop. It's just play the absolute best that you can. You see Retrofile misses 1 jump there and Alti pulls ahead. You know, it's just that kind of very precise micro movement that can make the difference.
And at the end of the game, too. What a game. What a game. Here we go. Last safety bell. They're both going for Howard the Duck. Or just Howard in case Howard the Duck is trademarked. I don't know. But it looks like It's Alti is going to pull through. And Retrofile, very excellent showing here. And once again, beat the game blindfolded in less than 40 minutes. I implore you all to check that out because it's amazing. It requires an photographic memory of the game. But It's Alti is going to advance here. And maybe we'll get to see our friend Retrofile on the mic later.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Retro plans on joining us. That was an insanely close race. It kind of didn't seem like it because Alti just, you know, had those last couple screens on lock. But that cloud climb, that like Retrofile got tar pitted, and then he made one jump mistake on the cloud climb, and that was it. It's just crazy how tight the margins are. Yeah.
Tight. And I hope we keep seeing that the rest of the day from the rest of these runners. I think we will because we've got some good ones coming up.
Yeah, that was really good. GG to both runners. Alti takes it down 2-0 over Retrofile TV, 552.99 to a 556. Very incredibly close. We're going to take a break here momentarily while we set up our next race. I believe it's going to be between Moniker and Avidrock 42. I'm going to be taking a short comms break for this one and let you guys listen to the beautiful sounds of Noise Police and my buddy Chuckles again. But we're going to take a short break and we'll be back momentarily. Thanks so much for watching. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, go.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the bubble brackets. You can see what we have going on here. Great matches so far, but what we have coming up is the number 4 seed, Avodrock 42. That's a 4 and a 2, ladies and gentlemen. Don't say the wrong number or else he'll be mad. And the number 1 seed, the mysterious Free, which is actually Moniker 1717, but don't tell anybody I told you that. All right, so anyways, Moniker is known as the world record holder, except for very recently. And this is going to be interesting. What do you think about this, Chuckles? You think we have a possibility of an upset?
Noise, I'm really interested in this matchup. Moniker has been known as the human task when it comes to this game. Meanwhile, Avodrock 42 literally made a task to run Bubble. So this is man versus machine right here.
Man versus machine. I like it. And let's see if this machine got any upgrades since the last time. I'm thinking, I don't know, a propeller on the back, maybe some anti-air missiles for some of those. Wait, there's no enemies in this game. The only enemy is yourself. Ooh, we get input selector. This should be lots of fun. Keep your eyes on that. And here we go. Chuckles, why don't you call the beginning of this?
All right, so they're both heading off to the dive ball. This should be pretty routine from them, but, there's always a chance to pop on every screen in this game. Both of these runners are going to expect to be dead even to the iron ball, barring any mistakes.
Yeah, I think so. But Moniker, dead even, we're talking 115s as the typical thing, but Moniker prides himself on getting like 113s at the iron ball. He is the human task, after all.
I think that the time to iron ball is actually a little bit shorter in this version than the NES dev version. I believe Moniker's had a few high 112s, but mainly you just don't want to make a mistake here. Any clean run to the iron ball and you have a shot. Getting a 1 or 2 second lead is nice, but mostly you just don't want to pop on that great wall or take the wrong pipe.
Yeah, you definitely, it's definitely more about the late game in this game. Even with a mistake early, you can still recover. So these, no need to be super aggressive, but as you can see, we got a screen sync right here. They're on the same screen. Boom, boom. Look at that. I love it. And here is the iron ball. 114s on both. Let's go.
Yep. Now this next section here is where we might start to see a little bit of separation. They have the iron ball. It's a really good flow section where the game really kind of walks you through using that new technique. That's one of the great things about this game is that, every time a new power comes along, it introduces it to you gradually. We see Avodrock take a pop there. That's going to cost him a few seconds. Now he needs to hope that Moniker makes a mistake. Moniker hits the grandma jump. Avodrock is approaching it now, and he also hits the grandma jump.
And you mentioned flow. Shout outs to 40 watt range, the master of flow. And speaking of flow, check out that bubble wrap. Okay, so we going top route, we going down. This is where things really get interesting. You make a mistake here, it really costs you, as we could see earlier. Unless your opponent makes the same mistakes.
Looks like both runners hit the grandma's basement jump, and they both took the quicker top route. We see Moniker pick up Darkwing. Avodrock goes in to do the same. So it's still pretty close. Moniker has a nice lead here of a couple screens. Everyone is getting pretty good at doing this bell skip, but not all bell skips are created equal, and you can absolutely save time on this room.
Not all bell skips are created equal because over the top is obviously better than what these guys have been doing all day. But, we'll continue to see this. Go on. Another clean bell skip. Yes, all right. Here we go to Affleck. Quack.
Over the top might be the greatest bell skip, but few people are able to pull that off.
Well, these I think it's safe to say that with the amount of gameplay we're seeing from these guys, that patience is something that they have. So that's why I'm not in the finals. Here we go. We're seeing reverse salmon jumps. Oh, my Lord. I can't wait to see this.
Both runners getting the waterfall skip. Moniker fails on the demonic grandpa, which costs about 5 seconds. Now we see Avodrock going for it.
Please. Oh!
Nope.
I still have not seen this trick. I am so pumped to see this trick. And Moniker on the left is the one that coined the trick, came up with the trick. So I kind of want to see him be the first to do it in this tournament, but we're not going to see it in this match. Maybe the next one. Scrooge McDuck. Woohoo! And then we're over the top.
Got a nice little lead here.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, he's got a big lead. I don't know. What do you think could happen? We could see a Wild Wing. We could see a Tar Pit. But do you think anything's going to be enough?
It's not over. I certainly don't want to call the race yet, but if Moniker keeps it clean, he's going to win this first matchup for sure. There's no real big time saves. You can't do a cloud zip in this version. As we see Moniker with the clean grab of Ferdinand, Avedrock's a few screens behind. He needs to hope for a pop, and there's few places left in the game for that pop to happen.
Well, luckily, this is only the first out of potentially 3 matches between these two. So, Avedrock is not having any issues himself. He's just going up against Moniker right now. I'm sorry, Fwee right now, which is not a free
Avedrock
win.
did have one pop earlier right after the Iron Ball, and that cost him a few seconds. Both runners went for the Demonic Grandma and didn't get it. If Avedrock had made that, it would be a completely different race. So I expect another close one in Heat 2 as we see Moniker finish the climb and ring that last bell. He will be the first one down to Howard, and it looks like he'll be the first one to the pipe as well.
And it's worth noting that Avedrock, Moniker came up, perfected the Demonic Grandma, hence the name. But Avedrock spends a lot of time in the lab as well, and you saw him go for that, and I know he can do it. These are 2 great players that have put a lot into this game. I know Avedrock has been doing a little bit of beta testing as well, but don't tell anyone I told you that. Shout out to the beta testers on this screen.
He was crucial in the development of the waterfall skip and was the first one to record it and share it with the Böbl community. So rather than hide that strategy for himself, he chose to share it with the world.
That's right. And that, look, there's a GG to Moniker right there. It is official. He has won match 1. But Avedrock, yes, he had that waterfall strat. He had gotten it that day of the first tournament. And right after the first round was concluded, GG Avedrock, he shared it with the rest of the community. So anytime you see a waterfall skip going on, you could have just seen Avedrock going for that by himself today, but the Böbl community is huge, and we love each other, and I can't wait for the second match. What do you think? You got any predictions of anything going differently this time, Chuckles?
Well, first off, I just want to point out that Moniker's time was our fastest time of the day so far, which puts him in the running for one of those Sacred Oils controllers.
What was that time?
5:39.75 to the water. That beats out Rick's time by about 3 seconds. I think we're going to see a lot of the same in this second race. We saw both runners go and get the waterfall skip, and both of them go for the Demonic Grandma. And I think it might come down to who gets it and who doesn't, because there's very little room for error between these 2 runners.
And remember that there's a controller, there's a Sacred Oils controller for the fastest time, which Moniker is currently in possession of, and there's also a Sacred Oils controller for the winner of the tournament, which Moniker is favored to win. He can only win one, so even though, all these racers are racing for controllers. I mean, believe it, people, all right? You try to buy one, you can't. So they're trying to buy a controller right now, and here we're off, synced up. This is beautiful. This is going to be a great match, I think. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, this is really going to come down to not making any mistakes. We saw Avedrock take a pop on the bridge after Iron Ball.
I like Moniker just went for a safety bell that he didn't realize that he had rung on the way down. So that is what I think we're seeing with the lead right now. Oh, but look at that. Just like that, Moniker's ahead. Just from optimizations of going up. What just went on?
This game, it's just a series of screens. As we say, Avedrock, take a pop there. And if you can optimize your movement on every screen, it adds up over the course of the run. So just little tiny movements here and there can save a lot of time.
And I think Avedrock, unfortunately, has hit a bit of a wall right here. He knows he's facing Moniker. He knows that Moniker didn't do this. We'll see how he plays the rest. I think Avedrock you're going to see world record strats for the rest of this. Not that you're not seeing it from Moniker per se, but
yeah,
we've got a lot of time to make up from those 2 bad pops that Avedrock suffered early on.
I don't know if these guys are watching the feed with the other racers, but you have to go into Iron Ball assuming that the other person was perfect and got there in about a 1:13, 1:14. So Avedrock's going to look at his time here, and he's going to know that he's about 15 to 17 seconds behind.
And
the only
also,
way to
Moniker, well, Moniker won't know that. Moniker's just racing against himself, I guess.
right, Moniker probably assumes that it's dead even again, but Avidrock knows that he has to make up some serious time. So we're gonna see, he's gonna go for everything that he possibly can, and he's gonna have to be clean if he wants a chance. You see Moniker take a pop. That grandma's basement is not free. And he takes another
he's going for it. He is going for it, and Grandma's not even free in this life. All right, here we go. He hops over to the short pond, and he's going down. I mean, it's a little closer.
That narrows the gap a little bit, but Moniker still has a lead.
Bell skip. Threading the needle or bell skip could really change things.
Threading the needle is such a risky strategy for very little payoff. It certainly wouldn't be in my repertoire today, but again, I got knocked out on day one, so that doesn't really matter.
Well, we'll see. Here's the chances right now. Keep an eye on Moniker, and he's good through that. Let's see if he gets a nice, clean bell skip. Avidrock is underwater, only 2 or 3 screens back. Here we go. Oh, what is he doing? Oh, okay, there we go.
So it was 243 at the jump ball for Moniker, and now we'll see what Avidrock is coming into that as well.
It seems that Moniker's also got his splits up because I saw just for a moment his timer went red. So keep your eyes on that if you're interested in that. He's going down. Here comes this waterfall skip. I'm real excited to do this. I've never tried this, so I can't wait to see more runners do it. Oh!
Avidrock was 12 seconds behind at the jump ball, so that's what he's got to make up here.
And here we go. Hopefully we'll see Moniker's patented demonic grandma here. I cannot wait. Salmon jumping. This is great. This is great. Do it. Yes! Oh my lord, it was as great as I thought it would be. I'm gonna need a towel. Chuckles, you need to... Oh, and he rings the bell!
Ooh, this is an unexpected route here. Moniker gets one of the hardest tricks in the game, and now he's gonna have to take the long way back up because he rang a bell that most people don't even think about ringing.
I did this in the first round, and it was the end. Going down, it was the end for me. But this is Moniker. I'm very interested to see once they line up again. This is going to be real interesting to see.
Moniker's still out in front. He had a 12-second lead, and then he pulled off the demonic grandma. He's already on his way to Plucky here. Avidrock is still heading down to visit Scrooge in his vault.
Well, once again, I mean, Avidrock's in the red, and he's not used to being in the red. So if there's any chance for some sort of, I don't know, mental breakdown to happen in the next 10 screens here, this is our best chance, I guess. If he rallies against his normal, performance. Oh,
Monica picked up
got
Plucky at 4:05. Avidrock had a very nice 4:20 at Plucky, so it's a 15-second difference there.
That's very nice indeed. Yes. Here we go. I mean, they're only a few screens off now. Avidrock does have to go up and get Wild Wing. We're going to have to see a mistake from Moniker, I think. But let's see if we do. Moniker is approaching the clouds. It's time for the climb. Yeah, I mean, look at this. He's like bouncing at the tops. Look at this. Easy. Jumping up again. Screen. Let's see if he has any trouble with this. It looks like a task, people. And remember, there's a controller input display at the bottom of the screen if you'd like to see what's going on. Easy. Handles every jump. Had a minor mishap right there. Bonking on a cloud. Still gets that bell. Coming down. Avidrock doing much of the same things, but unfortunately he's behind. Avidrock is a great competitor though, and he is currently doing his NES Adventure series and competing in a lot of Chardcore events. So if you're interested in that, check that out as Moniker hits the pipe.
That was an exciting race from both of these guys. And it's important to note that this is not the end of the day for Avidrock. This is just his first loss. And so he will move on into the popped bracket where we expect him to still be very competitive.
Oh, that's a good point. I keep forgetting about this bracket because, I can only concentrate on so many things at once. But the bracket is out and everybody today is still in play for lots of different things. Moniker also, it should be noted, has a lot of play still to go as well. He didn't just win the tournament, people. We still have a lot of bubble to go, and let's see Avidrock with those GGs. Clunk. All right, everybody, that was great.
GGs to both of these runners. Congratulations to Moniker for advancing, and good luck to Avidrock in the popped bracket where the competition is just going to keep getting more and more difficult.
And I hope it gets more difficult and more swaggy and more aggressive. And I'm looking forward to a great day of Bubble. I think we're going to set up for the next match, give you some tunes, everybody have some fun in chat, congratulate each other. I'll be in chat. We can answer any questions you have about the game. And I'm going to throw it back to Mr. Dino right now. Thank you, Chuckles. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. What a thrilling match that was, and the matches before. And now I believe we are setting up for Retrophile TV and Pico de Gallo. We have seen them earlier today. What are your thoughts on their past performance, Chuckles?
I'm excited for this matchup, Noise Police. We're down here in the popped bracket. This is a loser leaves town situation here. So these guys are fighting for their lives. They want a shot to stay in this thing, and they know that they've got to really step up their game from what happened in round one.
Well, you know, there's that song, Hit the Road, Jack. I think we're going to have to replace Jack with one of these names after this, because sadly, one of these will not be seeing the Golden Goose. But I believe that whoever wins still has a chance to make it all the way. Is that correct?
That's right. The winner will advance through the popped bracket, and the winner of the popped bracket will be in the finals of this event. Both of these runners can take some solace in the fact that they are world record holders in another game, though. Both of these folks recently became Home Alone world record holders for the NES. Congratulations to them both.
I have their speedrun.com profiles both up, and perhaps it's each of their finest achievements. No, that's not true. Pico, as we all know, is an avid Russian attack runner. And, well, that raise your hand if you've been brave enough to run that game in chat. Huh? Woo!
I'm looking forward to diving into that game in the future. I actually just received a Russian attack cartridge in the mail from Pico de Gallo, and he signed it for me. So that's a very prized possession of mine.
Almost as prized as one of those sweet NES 04 Sacred Oils controllers. Here we go. We are off, and it's looking pretty standard so far. I like the colors on Retrophile's screen right here.
Yeah, it looks like his camera is a little more zoomed in as well.
Well, we'll be able to see those pixels that he busts on even better then. All right, pretty even. I mean, Retrophile, once again, bouncing, bobbing. That's what I do. I like it. Going up, coming down. Going up again. How about we come down again? Elevator, boom. Here's the first jail. Retrophile getting cold feet, but, you know, it's better safe than sorry, wouldn't you say, Chuckles?
Yeah, you know, you don't expect a whole lot of excitement in this first portion of the race, but these guys find a way to make it very interesting.
It's very interesting indeed. Almost as interesting as this chat. Nah, the game is more interesting. Come on. So here we go. We're going down. Let's get some pipes. This is one of my favorite parts where they get to the pipe. Here we go. All right. We're going. You know, this part is... You know, the first time you play this, it looks so easy, especially this pipe section. Yeah. But you're gonna have fun if you play this on a first time playthrough with those pipes.
These runners make it all look so easy, but those pipes are absolutely a challenge until you get the hang of it.
It's just so
We're taking a lot of stuff for granted here, but these are some very advanced techniques as we see them take the high bounce over the bridge. That doesn't come free either. You got to practice that stuff.
Yeah, so we're taking much for granted. Obviously as well. Yeah, Boomy Finn. That was a pun. Anyways, Grandma! We're going. Everything is... Well, this is where the race really starts to get interesting, I think. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, okay. Both of them going for the traditional basement entry.
Oh, we see Retrophile take a pop there.
I think he was trying to do the patented Retrophile spike. What do you think, Chuckles?
That's absolutely what happened. The spike is a great world record technique where you can actually save a few frames by doing a sideways bounce. But if it goes wrong, it can go very wrong, and that's what we saw happen there for Retrophile.
Yep, but I applaud his gusto. I mean, there's so many tricks in this game. Listen, if you're listening to me and you're still in this race and you have a trick named after you, we want to see it. The people want to see it. Thank you, Retrophile, for doing your trick for us and failing. All right, speaking of failing, Pico just popped. What's up with that? Oh, it's a death warp. And here he goes to get Affleck and Retrophile with the clean pop as well. Chuckles, I'm going to throw it to you for what's about to happen because I'm still a little confused.
Sure. So we see both runners go for Affleck, and then the strategy here is called the waterfall jump. Over the Falls was found by Avidrock. The idea is to jump across, salmon jump your way to Deadeye so that you don't even have to worry about that Deadeye bell skip. ideally, once you get Deadeye, we see Pico taking the pixel perfect pop there, which is another good strategy. But the even faster strategy is what's called the demonic grandma. We saw that pulled off by Monica earlier. It's very challenging. Neither of these runners went for it now. Retrophile took the slightly slower pop, and now they're both racing down to Scrooge's vault. So we see Pico have a little bit of a lead, but they are taking the same path. So it's a little bit easier to keep track of who's up front right now. Pico picks up Scrooge at 334. Retrophile is going to get down in the vault, and he takes a very costly pop.
Yeah.
Cut that corner too much.
Man.
That hurts. That hurts.
We saw a lot of that the first day. Some pops in Scrooge's vault. When you dive down into Scrooge's vault, when we were kids, it looked so fun. But I hate to tell you guys, that money is solid. Okay, so don't dive headfirst into a swimming pool full of money unless you're prepared to pop.
That's right.
Woo-hoo! Here we go, up in the clouds. Pico to Guile. Do you think we're gonna see any mistakes from Pico here on out?
I don't think so. I think Pico he probably doesn't know what Retrophile's doing right now, so we're gonna see a very strong climb from Pico as he attempts to do this very quickly. He probably doesn't know that he has a bit of a lead right now. This is really the last place he can pop as he gets past this screen. The only pop at this point is after Howard. So, like we've been talking about, the climb is all about execution. There's more than one way to get up there. If you're not careful, you can fall back down. But I don't think we're going to see a lot of falling today.
And even if we do, I think Pico can afford maybe one fall or two falls here. But luckily, this is just the first match, so we still have more to go. These two competitors, both members of the Salsa Shack, there's a lot going on. And I would like to point out that Pico de Guile is the Salsa Shack Bubble champion. We had our own race a few weeks ago, and Pico won. So let's not count out the old Pico here at the 12 seed. Taking the first match from Retrophile here, who, keep in mind, was the 3 seed.
I think people might have discounted Pico because he hasn't been streaming a lot of Bobble this last month, but that doesn't mean that he hasn't been playing it. The fact that we've seen him do a waterfall skip means he's been putting in the work since Tournament Day 1.
Oh, absolutely. Since it didn't even exist before Tournament Day, he's definitely been practicing for sure. These are competitors. Friendly competition, yes, but the two of these guys want to beat each other, okay? Let's not twist it.
Oh, yeah.
Plunk, that's Pico. It's official. GG to Pico.
550 is a nice time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pico had one or two small pops, but really nothing major, and he was able to pull off all the tricks that he tried. Now, neither of these guys went for Demonic Grandma. I'll be interested to see if either of them tried in round 2, especially Retrophile, knowing that he's down. That's if you get it right, that saves 5 seconds over the traditional pop. And
good GGs to Retrophile as well. It's worth noting that Retrophile, I mentioned earlier that he can beat this game blind. The skunk, the 48 skunk, the Master Splinter actually made a special controller for him just for that. So Retrophile, technically, although I don't think he has it in his hand yet, is the owner of a Sacred Oils controller. Pico is not. So I kind of want to see Pico get this controller right now. I don't mean to put a spin on it, but Retrophile, man, GG. Let's see what he can do, though. Prove me wrong, Retrophile.
Maybe this will be the first match of the day that goes the distance to the full 3 rounds. I kind of hope so. I'd like to see more racing out of these two. It was a lot of fun.
Ba-da-da-da, he can go the distance. Well, this is
like we're working on rescaling the screen
wizardry.
there.
Yes. And I just want to point out that the visuals that are going on with GG Speedruns are second to none.
Yeah, and, special thanks to Mr. Dino023, working behind the scenes. He's coordinating all of these activities. You're not going to hear him on mic a whole lot today, but he's doing a lot of work all day long.
All right, so I am looking forward to the second round, much more than I'm looking forward to reading chat right now. And Retrophile, man, we love you, man. You beat this game blindfolded. Excellent CV4 runner, by the way. Super Castlevania, he's the master. So let's go. Let's go with this second race. Let's see what's up. Come on. Let's see it. I'm getting fired up now. I'm fired up now. I want to see some bubble. I'm fired up. Come on, Retrophile. I want to see you do this.
You know, Noise, speaking of chat, I just saw that there was a gift sub in chat given to Skunky48 from Kralos. Special thanks to them for putting the artwork together for this format. It's really tremendous.
Quack, quack. And all the artwork you see, everything you see on the screen was created by Kralos. Here we go. Okay. Once again on. I'm sure we'll get synced up in a second here, but Pico 12, about the same. I mean, we can trust that they're going to be even as long as there are no pops. So, just someone's gonna. Are there any up inputs in this game? I'm not sure that there are.
No, your up and down is really determined by your buoyancy and when you're hitting dive. So, you know, you hold in dive to go down, you let go to go up. As we see Pico take a pop on that great wall.
Yep.
I've always said that was my least favorite mandatory jump in the game. These guys make it look easy, but I used to pop there a lot when I was getting into bubble.
Oh, it's jail. It's the first jail that you're going to encounter in this game. The second one, I suppose, being the grandma basement maneuver. But, we saw Avodrock earlier pop on it as well. So it's not free by any means. Remember all those bell skips that we had last round? Certainly not free. We're going to see a lot of pops on that wall today. But here we go, 114. And we'll get to see the amount of time that Pico is going to have to make up. Plenty of time to make up still. 123. All right, so it's about 9 seconds.
So Pico knows he's behind. Retrophile might not know that he's ahead. Pico might be able to make that up with a successful demonic grandma. As we see Retrophile take a pop there on the pillars after Iron Ball. That's not a typical place to pop in a race.
He almost popped again. He's really cutting pixels. This is what this is about. Retrophile looks to be playing very aggressively. Ooh.
They both nailed the grandma jump. Now, Noise, was that named after a runner named Grandma?
I think it was named after your grandma, and my grandma, and everyone's grandma. It's the grandma in your heart.
Dedicated to all the grandmas out there.
Grandmas need love too.
Make sure you get in touch with your grandmas this holiday season.
Yeah, that is the best advice. That's the best thing that could be said, Chuckles. Wonderful. This is such a great event. All right, so Darkwing Duck. There we go. We got it. And by the way, I believe there's still a future for Bubble after this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eyes on the Morph Cat games. Everything. Oh, everything. Speaking of everything is about to happen. We're going to see this bell skip. Will we see the over the bell? Pico, come on. You're up a game. Do it for your buddy. Do it for your buddy, man.
Oh, we get a bell ring there from
so,
Pico.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get to see the great ride of shame. Shame. Ring your bells. You got a bell around? Ring it. Shame. Shame, Pico.
No, it's bad enough that you ring that bell, and then the game makes you take all this time to think about what you've done before you can try to make up for it.
Hey, devs are a little masochistic. It doesn't matter what game it is. You gotta want to punish the player to be a dev, right? And that's just rubbing it in. But, there's still mistakes that could be made by Retrophile. I'm going to keep an eye on his screen.
Oh, he made another.
Lord!
That's the second time he's popped now going into that vault room. It's like he's trying to cut that corner too close.
Now, those are both huge mistakes. I'm not sure about the timing on them, but I think they're both, those are both big mistakes right there. Are they equal? We shall find out.
Pico just had a successful waterfall jump. We're going to have to wait until they get up to Plucky to really sort this out. Pico with another pixel perfect pop.
2-4-2. Oh man, I can't even do that. Ugh.
Now Pico's going for Scrooge. Retrophile's going for Deadeye. He's got to go the old-fashioned way.
He got a good bell skip. What is Pico doing? Okay, all right. Here we go. All he has to do is get Scrooge and get out of there. Meanwhile, Retrophile is going for Deadeye, which we already saw Pico get with. So Pico beat him on that with the frame perfect pop. Now they should both have all three of their ducks, right? Are we back?
Yes, but Pico rang a bell along the way, a bell that usually is free, and so that cost him a lot. If he had not rang that bell, he was only going to be about 2 or 3 seconds behind. But now he's really got to work hard on this climb because he rang the bell that nobody wants to ring.
I can't wait to see what these two runners thought about during this match, if they thought they were ahead or not. I'm really interested to find out. But for now, we got to close this thing out. There's still things that could happen. Retrophile is pretty handily handled it. He's crossing the bad things off his lip. His lip. Off his
Pico's
list
got a
right
little
here.
slip there on the clouds. Retrophile's got a bit of a lead here. He picked up Ferdinand, he got Wild Wing, and now he's on his way up to Howard.
He's
Pico
comfortable.
still has to go get Wild Wing. So it looks like this is shaping up that we're going to get a third match between these two, barring anything crazy here.
I love it. And that's amazing because, well, go on, Chuckles. I'll make my comment at the end.
I was going to say, Pico's got to be probably a little mad at himself for ringing that bell. When you go through that pipe on the way to the waterfall skip, if you just hold in jump, that jump is free when you get out of the pipe. So the only reason you ring that bell is because you made a mistake. So that's the kind of thing you get mad at yourself about, and then you got to make sure you don't make any more mistakes.
Absolutely. And, with Retrophile looking like he's going to close us out, let's talk about the controllers a little bit. We got Ace,
Sure.
going to be the overall winner of the tournament. I've seen that controller, and I've seen that duck that stands next to it. I wish I could get both, but unfortunately, I think the controller is only up for grabs, and I can't even win it. So good luck to the racers that can win Ace. Princess is a random top 8 tournament participant. So anyone that is played today, I think, is going to be in the running for that. And how is that going to be decided?
That is going to be decided by a race of marbles on stream. For anybody that's not seen that, it is a random event where each runner gets a marble. It gets dropped into a maze. First one to the end wins, but it's completely randomized. You have no control over it once the race starts.
And GG to Retrophile TV, getting down in the drink right there. I thought it couldn't be done. I mean, what? You're telling me Retrophile? Retrophile? Oh, he is that gamer that we all thought he was. GG Retrophile, proving whoever thought wrong.
To both of these runners. I don't think either of them is going to be too happy with their time. I think Retrophile is happy that he gets to live for one more match at least. Absolutely, both of these guys want to do a lot better. They rang some bells they didn't want to, and they didn't execute as cleanly as they could.
But I love it. I'm loving it. If we want to see a clean run, let's see a task, right? There are 2 more controllers. Pumpkin, that's a cute name. Random tournament viewer. Wow, that means you guys. So I think that's going to be decided via a marbles race as well. Stay tuned for more info about that in chat. And Razzle gets the fastest time of the tournament, which is currently held by Moniker with a 5:39, I believe.
And it's worth noting that any person that is viewing in chat at the time is eligible for that controller. So you want to make sure you go ahead and don't get banned before then for saying something dumb.
Yeah. And speaking of getting banned, we got a band on the run with a bubble. And the leader of the band is Pico de Gallo. And playing drums, driving the buses, Retrophile TV. Let's see who can make the loudest noise.
I think I should just sit back and let you handle all the commentary from here on out, Noise. You're doing a great job.
I'll call this one by myself if you'd like, Chuckles. Micro Machines style.
If you got the energy, I'll chime in when needed, but if you want to take the lead, I'm sure the people are really enjoying getting to listen to you. I'm glad we were able to get you on comms today. I know we had some technical difficulties last time, but it's great to have you here, Noise.
It's all good. I'm happy to be here, and I can't wait for the start of this. I'm looking at the screen. I'm waiting for this timer to start. There's a lot on the line here. There's some
Do you want to make
pride
any
and respect.
predictions for this race, Noise, please?
I'm predicting Pico because I want Retrophile to lose so he can get on the mic. Pretty selfish, huh?
That's a little selfish, yeah.
Oh, and
Looks like
we're
we're
off. Yep, okay. So Retrophile, well, it may look like he's in the lead, but he's not. They're both even. Here we go. The dive ball, go deeper. And by the way, what that means, you don't get to see a lot of gameplay without the dive ball, but what it means is they get to go to that line that they're at right now. They could not go that deep at the beginning of the game. You're supposed to wander around a little bit, but of course, these are expert speedrunners right here with times on the board, going up. Loving an elevator, going down. Here we go in the first jail. Remember, Retrophile was a little skittish before, and he's still skittish. There's something going on in his head, but you know, it happens, man. This is a race. This is a tournament. I don't think we need to apologize for anything happening right there because we've all made our mistakes. But you know, there's plenty of bubble still to be swirled around in the bathtub. You know, get your soap out, start squeezing it. It makes that fart sound. Get it nice and bubbled up, lathered. We're gonna be here for a while. Turn your radio on, get your phone, make sure you don't drop it in the tub. You can watch Twitch on your phone in the bubble bath. You know, that's what we're doing right now. I'm sure Pico de Gallo's in a bubble bath. I mean, look at that avatar. What do you think? I don't know. So anyways, that was a 115, very respectable standard. Pico's gotta not have any worries in the world right now. He's gotta be thinking, yeah, I'm just, you know, this is fine. He must be right with me, right? Retrophile, meanwhile, this is the match 3 of the winner best of 3. He's got to be a little concerned, but not too concerned. As you can see, he's not that far back. He knows this. And Grandma, I love it. Okay, not having a problem with that on Retrophile's screen here. And here is where the second jail, anything can happen. Whoa, Pico, little interesting setup. He's going to be very safe with it. And like I said, he knows he hasn't made a mistake. Why risk it? Retrophile being very aggressive. It wouldn't have mattered if he popped there or not, but doesn't get the grandma's basement. Doesn't pop. He's still in this. We're underwater. You know there are a few things that can happen here. Retrophile is going for it. I love it. There's Darkwing. We're going down. Pico has 2 chances here. He could thread the needle. That could be dangerous. We know Retrophile's going to try to thread the needle. No doubt about that. And there's the bell skip, which we saw him mess. Oh, Pico's, remember, Pico didn't win the last one because he missed the spell skip. So what is he thinking right now? He's thinking, oh, what is Pico thinking right now? What is Pico thinking right now? He's thinking, woo-wee, I am bones here because, oh man. Well, he hasn't done it yet. Retrophile has not cleared this yet. Oh, but now he has. I don't know, Chuckles. What do you think?
Thanks for letting me take that break to drink some Bing Black there, Noise, please. That was a really costly mistake by Pico. The worst possible thing is to get down in that room, and even worse than ringing the bell is popping before you get the power-up. He's got to go all the way back down, and he still has to make that bell skip. As we see him thread the needle, he's trying to save time anywhere he can. He knows it's an uphill battle at this point. He has to assume Retrophile's out in front.
Yeah, he had that premature population. That was not good at all. Retrophile cleanly taking it safe for the Scrooge room. That room is not free. If you try to be fast, you can very well pop. If you try to be safe, it'll take a little bit of time. But Pico is collecting ducks. I mean, we're on to the middle leg of this.
I think we're going to see a waterfall jump attempt out of Pico here.
We gotta see it all from Pico. He's so good at that.
Across.
Yeah, this is great. Are we going to try to see the reverse exit?
I think he should go for it, but it might not be something that he was able to pull off in practice.
Plus, he's been so good.
Pop.
Yeah, he was so good at that Deadeye pop anyway that he went for that, and that was the right move, I think. So Retrophile has made it out of the temple. He's ascending to the clouds.
We saw Pico ring that bell again. I guess he didn't get the memo that one's free. You just have to hold in jump before you get out of that pipe hole. That's one of the few true free things in this game.
Well, you know, Pico's going to have plenty of time to play the banjo after this and think about what he's done. But he's not going to be too upset about it because Pico is a fun-loving guy and he's just having fun. And he'll get his Sacred Oils controller one day, I am sure. He could even get it. He's still in the running for the Ace, the Princess controller. Princess. Ooh, that would be perfect for Pico, I think. He is a father. He can appreciate a Princess controller. We're on the
I think
climb
any of us would be happy with any of those controllers, no matter what the name is.
I don't care what its name. What can I name it on eBay? No, psych, Skunky, I'm not going to sell your controllers on eBay. Okay, here we go. All right, we're climbing.
Pico he's looking forward to the upcoming Russian Attack Knockout tournament that has yet to be announced.
Yeah. Or Home Alone, improving his Home Alone world record. I think he's going to grind that for about a month. You know, there's frames to be saved.
I'm not so sure how many frames you can really see about that time there.
Look at that swag.
Enter the pipe. Much better time this time from Retrophile than the last race. Still not fast enough to be the fastest time of the day. That still goes to Moniker at this point with a 5:39 to the water.
Well, Retrophile's looking like he's going to pull this one out if he has all the ducks. If he has all the ducks, we should hear the beautiful sound of these. I believe there are 8 ducks. There's not 5 ducks, there's 8 ducks. But nonetheless, I believe they are all going to sing out the beautiful song of, if you want to be my bubble, you gotta get with my ducks. That was for you, NES Master. Good GG Retrophile TV, and GG to Pico de Guile as well. I mean, he was the 12 seed, people. He made it to this round. He had to upset a lot of folks, and he finished strong. He finished strong. GG Pico.
Yeah, GG to both of these runners. Congratulations to Retrophile for moving on as he continues through the popped bracket. Pico's day is over. Hopefully he'll be hanging out with us in the chat. And I'd love to know how he felt about his performance today. I think he'll be the first person to tell you he was surprised to still be in it on day 2. So really very impressive run out of Pico there.
Very impressive. These are, I mean, the Bobble Masters right now you're seeing on screen. And I'd be very interested to hear what they thought too, because these were very interesting races that had lots of lead changes and lots of pops. So I'm going to get on chat and see what these racers thought of their performance during their performance, and let's cut it to some music.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Finney. I'm back here with Noise Police. We're about to watch Avodrock 42 face off against Lick Arcade for their tournament lives. Noise, not Lick. Noise, how do you feel about this one?
I'm really looking forward to both these runners. I mean, these were two of the runners that, like, you know, would be my dark horse favorites to win. So the fact that they're meeting here in this bracket for their bubble lives is
Their
exciting.
tournament lives. Yeah, Lick Arcade, kind of a big deal right now in the bubble world. A little bit of a world record holder, last I heard.
I woke up and went on Twitter. That's the first thing I do when I wake up. I go on Twitter. And TMZ.com was reporting Lick Arcade, world record holder in bubble. And so I had to see it was true. And yes, it was. This is amazing. Listen, overnight, Lick Arcade broke Moniker's world record in the new version a week ago or something, right? But overnight, Moniker responds with I think it was a 454, and then Lick immediately responds with a 454. So the two, I really want to see the two of them go at it in the finals because they're both the world record holders. But for now, we have Lick Arcade and Avodrock. Let's not count Avodrock out just yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, Lick has to battle through Avodrock first. Lick kind of been on a tear the past few weeks, like you said, but I mean, also prone to just like popping a tire and crashing into a wall, right? You know, fly, yeah, exactly. You fly a little too close to the sun, you bop on the wall. It's just how
and you
it
never
goes.
know when a power outage may happen in the middle from all those arcade machines that he has hooked up in his awesome room. But we see Avodrock. Is he gonna get it? Yeah, barely though. Yeah. But Lick is gonna have no trouble, I assume. Also with this, what should be the first, danger. But as we see, you can really pop anywhere when you're trying to preserve those pixels.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know if Lick was like practicing while he was waiting, or if he just like chilled, had some lunch, maybe played some Contra Hardcore in his off time.
I think he probably completed 6 or 7 categories of Contra Hardcore. While we were waiting. It's safe to say he probably, quenched his thirst at all. That may be a big, with a whole lot of bubbles still to go. What are these competitors doing during break? That's a good thing to think about.
Yeah, do you keep playing bubble or do you just relax, But yeah, Avodrock with a pretty sizable lead here just due to that early pop from Lick. But it's still really early. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff happen with like basement bell skip and waterfall skip and some of these pops that players have taken, so
I'm looking forward to seeing more. And here we go to the second point of interest as far as I'm concerned, the anchor bell, which I like to call it, because kind of anchors this whole run together with all the places you're traveling, trying to get back to that bell clean with Avodrock. Ooh, Grandma's Basement Lick Arcade, and by the way, I just saw that avatar of his, and it frightens me. If you're watching on a phone and your gameplay is kind of small, don't zoom in on Lick Arcade's avatar. Oh, Avodrock, he must have been looking at that avatar because he got frightened as well. And the curse of Baby Stallone. Woo!
Yep, but they don't call Lick Arcade Baby Stallone for nothing, dude. Avodrock takes 2 back-to-back pops, loses a huge chunk of time. Lick kind of in a commanding lead now.
So do you think that was because like some voodoo doll sort of stuff? I mean, was Lick Arcade planning for Avodrock to pop right there?
Yeah, you have to wonder, did he sabotage the guy's controller?
With voodoo magic. It's got to be. Controller, power outages, who knows? Lick is definitely a chaotic something. And I think the heel. I think Lick is the heel of the tournament.
What? No. I kind of like
heel.
Lick. I think he replaced. I was rooting for Alti. I think Lick won my heart. I think I want him to take it all down.
Well, there are heels that you hate, and there are heels that you just can't help but love. And I think Lick is a heel that I just can't help but love right now, like The Rock used to be. And speaking of that, he popped on purpose. He was going for that fancy trick, which he is capable of, and I can't wait to see it more. Maybe we'll see it in the next race, but here we go. Going down to Scrooge. Meanwhile, Avodrock, I'm sorry, man. But it's only the first match.
Yeah, exactly. You just kind of like, Walk it off. There's still more bubble to be played. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure Avodrock knows he's behind, right? I don't think there's, probably a whole lot going through his mind other than like, please God, let me finish this so I can, I know I can do better. Give me another shot.
I hope Avodrock, I want to see him play strong from here on out, because it's been a little bit of a rough day for him, and he got that rough matchup too in the last round.
Yeah, playing against that was a really rough pop. It
wasn't the safe. He wasn't taking it safe. Like I said earlier, you can go for that room fast, or you can go safe. And
that's true. We've seen. I think Pico popped there earlier. People being a little greedy, trying to take multiple bricks at once.
And by the way, I want to give a shout out to Shuri Bear. We want to see you play this game, man. V1.2 randomized ducks, Shuri Bear. Climbing the climb right now. Lick Arcade. Ooh, coming up. Yeah. So, I mean, this is. By the way, the colors on Lick Arcade's feet are real nice. What do you think he's using?
He's playing on a Mister, which is a hardware emulator. So yeah, his stuff is looking really crispy.
Yeah, he's an AV junkie. I think he really knows about this stuff.
Yeah, a bit of I think nerd is what we could call him.
A little geek, dork, nerd, whatever they prefer.
But as much as we make fun of him, he did win this one with looks like about a 5'10", 5'11" pipe entry. So it'll be good for like a 5:45. Not quite the fastest time of the day, but really consistent, really solid.
Yeah, but we got more to go. Fortunately, a lot more to go, and Avodrock is an avid gamer. He's been doing a lot lately. He's been, like I mentioned earlier, a Chardcore participant on all those silly short games, silly and fun. And also he does his own thing. So he is definitely a variety gamer, stretching himself over lots of different things right now. I just can't get over how nice those ducks look on Lick's screen, though. Quack, 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 quack.
All 8 ducks accounted for. When the wind blows hard and the sky is black, the ducks fly together noise.
Well, all right. That's I think bad things are about to happen. You said something about a black sky.
It's a Mighty Ducks quote. Keep up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did name these ducks, including Wild Wing, which is a Mighty Ducks reference. And spoiler alert, I don't know anything about the Mighty Ducks, but okay. I thought that would be a good name for him.
So yeah, we'll let Avodrock finish up here, but GG to both runners. Lick taking this one down, but still more bubble to be played. This is a best of 3.
I've got their speedrun.com profiles up right now, and I'm looking at Licks, and I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different categories of Contra Hardcore that he's like top 4 in. It's pretty amazing. There's one of them he's 6th, but that's the hidden ending Japanese version. Super Caesar's Palace. Yeah, that makes sense. Lick, I'm sure you're probably good at that. And a Ninja Gaiden license right here. He's 36 with a 1220. Oh, and of course Ninja Crusaders. Yeah. Let's move on from that game.
Yeah,
I had to play that with my feet. He is a gamer indeed. Of all sorts. Avodrock right now on the boards. He plays so much, but he's got a Mock Rider, a Crash in the Boys Street Challenge, Bubble, Maniac Mansion, Hamsteak, Wizards and Warriors, and something called Rygar. GG to Avodrock. I think we get to see another match. Am I right? Is it Christmas yet?
Checks out. One out of 3. Yeah, that's how that works. We'll be going into game 2. Lick up 1-0. I don't know, man. That was a rough one for Avodrock. I think, he's kind of had some shaky runs. I think, honestly, playing against Moniker first is probably a rough place to start. You know what I mean?
It would mess
starting
me
off
up.
Your tournament. Yeah, you just get beat up by Tyson right
Especially
at the beginning of the day.
when you put up a good time and you still get beat. I mean, that's something. But, I'm sure Avodrock's going to be all right. He's a pretty laid back dude. So I'm just waiting with the rest of you for this next. Hey, Avodrock, reset the game. You're not done yet. Quack, quack. Let's send some smoke signals or something to Avodrock so we get started here.
So Lick got a 5:45 there. I think that's the second 5:45 of the day. Pretty solid time from Lick. Not quite good enough for fastest time of the tournament. Still Moniker with a 5:39. So Lick gonna have to pick up the pace if he wants to pull down one of those Sacred Oils controllers.
That's right. I keep forgetting about the controllers. I mean, there's a lot of pride with racing here, but there's some controllers on the line too. Some prizes. Oh, precious.
4 Sacred Oils controllers, 1 for the winner, 1 to random top 8 participant, 1 random tournament viewer, and 1 for fastest time of the tournament.
Love it. And either of these guys could be playing on one after this. Here we go. Oh yeah. I'm feeling it. Are you guys in chat starting to feel the bubble right now? Are we starting to get into the
Avedrock is feeling the wall right now.
Avedrock thought he had Iron Ball.
Yeah,
trying to bounce off that.
It's gonna set him back, but like we've talked about this before, there are worse time losses to take. We saw Pico miss the basement bell skip and pop early, and that was like 20 or 30 seconds.
Yeah,
so.
or a Scrooge pop in the Scrooge vault as well. So he's gonna. It might take more of a toll mentally than it will in the actual physical world with time. If time even is an actual physical thing. I mean, it's just a construct of our imaginations, right?
Bubbles are a construct of water noise. As we're racing
water's real.
through the tubes.
Here, I'll show you that water's real. Check this out. There you go. Water is definitely real, unless I'm not real. But who knows? This game, what we know is Morph Cat Games Bubble is real as it gets. As real as it gets for a Nintendo game. I said it. Keep your eyes on it. It's going places. 114.
Yeah, 1.2 is exciting. New features coming out from the devs. I think they saw, how passionate the community is about their game, and they're coming out with duck randomizer, some different checkpoint options. Looks cool.
Yeah. Listening to the community. Let's keep this going. Let's have a good event so they still like us. All right, here we go. Lick is getting to my favorite trick. I'm going to get ready. I knew he was going to do it. Whoa! For a second, though, I saw a black screen and I got worried.
A little power outage, perhaps?
Yeah! I mean, with Lick, anybody else, I probably wouldn't have flinched. But, oh, look at that! He's going to take out all the blocks.
He hates blocks. It's a Stallone thing. It's a complex.
Instead of beating on the meat in the freezer truck after the Stallone
just breaking
montage,
bricks.
Breaking bricks, baby. Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm rooting for Lick to take it all down. He's my tournament favorite, but I kind of want to see him pop here. Let's mix it up, get a little spicy.
Yeah, I mean, once again, he's my heel that I love. So let's see some pops. Oh, we got our wish. Yes. Oh, thank you.
Sorry, Lick. You hate to see it, but
I'm not apologizing. He made me play Ninja Crusaders with my feet, and the toenail polish is still on my toes. So, however long that took, he is obviously tilting right now because he tried to go for that upper decker, and he just left it in there.
Yeah, he took a second pop. I think he shook. Avedrock, this is yours to win. Just play safe, play consistent.
Well,
Baby Stallone.
Let's think about Avedrock right now. Has he made any major mistakes?
He popped right at the beginning. He had the feels bad right at the start.
So he might think he's probably going to continue to be, he doesn't need to do anything now.
Yeah, he's not worried. He hits the fall skip. He's looking good.
Let's see a demonic. Let's see a reverse exit. I want to see this. Yeah, salmon jumping. I love that trick name, by the way. Whoever came up with that, GG.
He's going for it.
He's going for it, but notice that he doesn't go as far down on the depth.
Yeah,
as,
he gets like
a
nice quick pop there. And we see Lick, I guess, is taking the scenic route. I don't know if he knows that that's the slow way.
I think Lick is having fun at this point. I would like to see him go out of bounds. That would be fun.
I mean, at this point, check out the entire map.
Yeah, check out the map. And an interesting thing is we've mentioned that this is V1.1 of Bubble. V1.0, or aka NES Dev Percent, was the original release that we all played that won the NES Dev competition, and it did have out of bounds in the underwater section. So if you hear us make reference or jokes to anyone going out of bounds, it's because it's what we used to do in the speedrun. But then these developers patched it because, to be honest, I think they're trying to be a little mean to us.
Yeah, a little bit of a buzzkill. They took out the out of bounds. They took out the cloud zips, but
they kept that bell down there in the basement just so we could hit it and have to ride the pipe of shame. Even though I did send them a message, I said, "Please take out that bell. Would you please take out that bell?" And they said, "I think we're gonna keep that bell now that you sent us that message." So anyway, here we go. I think Lick Arcade is moving on. Yes. So. He's moving on. Avodrock has moved on. Oh, but there we go. We see a fall. This could, in addition to time, a fall is really gut-wrenching. Really pulls at you.
Yeah, Lick's been kind of still trying to pull out all the strats. I saw him hit the waterfall skip. He went for the demonic grandma, missed it, took a pop. So he's like still trying to play this one out to the best of his ability, which, I mean, is good to see. He's like not shook. He's not giving up.
And he's not gonna, knowing that he has another race, this was a little bit of a discussion on the first round, but he's gonna play this out just so that, he's going to win. He's trying to win this. So I wouldn't quit. I would play everything out, get your practice in. Maybe he's gonna go for some crazy climb strats here, just to try to get some practice for the next round. Who knows? We'll see. But GG to Avodrock, as it looks like he's about to meet the end of this.
Yep, GG to Avodrock taking it down. It's going to tie it up 1-1. We'll have ourselves a nice game 3. We haven't seen too many game 3s yet today, so I'm excited about that. But yeah, finishing up with like a low, like a 6-10 or so here. I don't know. Lick took that really big pop that we both wished for down in the abyss.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
That's true. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 quacks on that screen for Avodrock? So we will be taking it down. GG.
And we get more bubble from these two. And I would like to shout out El Rucco, Moniker1717, Chuckles W73, It's Alti, all in chat right now, all bubble champions of their own. I'm sure Retrophile's out there. I see him, and Pico's out there somewhere as well. So GG to all of them. On screen and in chat for this great celebration of this game that we love. Bubble.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
GG.
It's been really cool to see how passionate the Salsa Shack are about this game and how the communities come together around it. But yeah, shout outs to Salsa Shack, shout outs to Mr. Dino and GG Speedruns and Skunky for all coming together and putting together this tournament. It's been a lot of fun.
And Raw Dog the Bubble Hog. All right, so I believe we get our third match here. This is going to be great. I don't know. Do you have any predictions now that each one has kind of are in a? I think they're in a heightened sense of rage right now. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we wished ill upon Lick in the last one, I'd still like to see him take it all down. I think that he has a good shot of being able to potentially steal it from Moniker. So I'd like to see
the world
Lick
record
advance.
holder.
That's true. That's true.
By frames,
454.
I don't know, man. So this is going to be close. I think Moniker wants to see Lick too. I think so, but whatever. We'll see. We'll see.
You gonna win yourself a Sacred Oils controller today, Noise?
If I can find out where Skunky's keeping them, I won't have to win them because I'll just take one.
That's fair.
Oh, yeah, but I'll definitely be in on that game of marbles, which I don't know much about, but I'm looking forward to it. Marbles on stream is going to determine the winner of 2 different Sacred Oils controllers.
Do you feel lucky?
Always.
Must be nice.
But speaking of luck, this ain't luck right here.
Oh,
well, it's luck for
Avodrock
Lick.
wishes, yeah. Just say Avodrock wishes, yeah, better luck as he pops on the great wall there. It's a really annoying pop to take, man. It, like you said earlier, it's kind of jail. It's like the first barrier to learning this speedrun is getting over that wall. It's so much more annoying than it looks.
Where do you think the most luck happens in the speedrun? The interesting thing about this is there's not a lot of RNG, but I don't know. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts, Finn.
Where do I think the most luck is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really too much luck per se. That's a good question. I think that, like, you know, when it comes to like the just tiny variations in your movement, like the buoyancy and stuff, I think that maybe people don't realize how much control you have over that. And like, if you get a little sloppy or lazy, you can maybe like, you know, catch, you know, bad buoyancy or whatever, and you might attribute that to some luck. And just like a tiny little imperfection in your movement can cause you to pop when you wouldn't otherwise, you know, like breaking bricks in Scrooge's basement. So I think that that's probably one of the things that runners probably think, oh man, I got like unlucky there, you know, it's just because they took like one little awkward bubble bounce somewhere, and that was it, you know, that was the difference.
Oh, bad buoyancy for life, definitely. And speaking of pop, that doesn't hurt him too much, but he's got to be thinking right now, oh man, Avodrock might be gaining on me, which he is. Grandma's entry, there we go. I don't know if that was a proper basement, but it doesn't matter because he's gonna get to do it again. Hey!
Yeah, it looks like another pop, man, on the way down to the... Oh,
This is kind of a part where it's, you know, you feel lucky or you don't. This grandma's basement, really, you know?
That's true. It's kind of like you're testing yourself. How greedy do you want to get?
Mm-hmm. But there's still, guys, don't freak out yet, because there's still a lot of bubble to be played. There's 2 horrible chances to pop here underwater.
Yeah, we saw Lick take a pop earlier, the last race in this section, which is just an enormous time loss. So I don't want that to happen to Avodrock, but, you know, anything can happen. This screen is the most critical screen of the run.
Here we go. Oh, what a beautiful, soapy
squeaky
skip
clean
we had right there. Squeaky clean, just like the soap team, headed by our favorite Skunky.
Lick gets a skip too, which is good. He needs it to stay in this one. You know, he's a little bit behind because of some of these pops, but...
Avodrock coming up to the next point of interest. Will he get these skips or not?
Yeah, waterfall skip. Avodrock actually found this, so I hope that he gets it. It looks like maybe he botched the setup a little bit. So
well, he's doing the previous run. So he missed that waterfall skip, but it just means that he goes to what the previous optimum route was. So it's not a big... But Lick did get it.
Right. Yeah, missing the waterfall skip the first time is basically free because you can just go down to Scrooge's basement and pluck him out of there. But Avodrock really needs to hit this Deadeye Bell skip, which he does. Nice.
Yeah, and this is what he has to go top route now because so skipping the waterfall allows you to avoid having to do what Avodrock just did for the last 20 seconds or so. Here he goes back into this. He does have the skills to do the reverse exit. He's not going to go for it. He's racing. He's racing. He is trying to get to the finish line. I like this. He's on his way.
Honestly, the waterfall skip is awesome because that Deadeye Bell skip is tough, man. It might be actually like prior to these new tricks, that might have been the hardest strat in the game. So
I think it was.
Waterfall skip's like a godsend.
Yep. And not to say that it's easy either, but if you miss it, then you have to go back to that toughest trick in the game.
This is really close, actually. This could still come down to like a tar pit or a cloud climb.
Coming clean out. Lick entering, clean. Okay, let's see what, if anything gets wild on Wild Wing here. Hopping in the pond and hopping out. Gets a little bit of bounce.
Pops?
Yeah, I mean, did he get the duck, though?
Yeah, I think he did. It looked like
he could be worse, but he is definitely behind, and he knows it.
Still weird. Yeah, it's a weird pop to take. I don't know if we've seen anyone pop in that spot this whole tournament.
Well, it's kind of what, like you were talking about when you're really pushing the pixels in, like when you pop in Scrooge's room on a block accidentally. If you accidentally are trying to let go and get that optimum bounce from depth, you do risk the risk of popping on the ground.
For sure. Yeah, Lick's climb is looking really clean, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Avodrock's still about a screen ahead here. It's really close, but it's going to take some kind of mistake, which Avodrock doesn't look like he's gonna let happen. I think he's gonna pull off the upset, dude. Baby Stallone gonna be going down 2-1 here. Wild.
I think it's over. Yeah, that was what a race.
Wow.
What a match. Not just
Baby
a race.
Stallone falls 2-1. Yeah, GG to both runners, but big GG to Avodrock. He's gonna be taking this one down over Lick Arcade, knocking Lick Arcade out of the tournament.
Well, Lick, there's plenty of time for you to, I don't know, do whatever it is that you do. I hope he helps in chat because Lick Arcade is a very funny dude, and he can make this. If he's not gonna be racing anymore, at least he can provide us with his wonderful wit. Quack!
I mean, it goes to show you that anything can happen, right? Lick Arcade, current world record holder.
Yeah, and my
down
favorite.
by Abadrock.
Yep, I'm busted. My bracket's busted now, people.
Yeah,
GG's.
I lost. So I had so much money riding on this.
I had a Sacred Wolves controller running on it.
I have to send somebody to Lick's house.
Well, what do we have next? What's on the docket here?
What is next? So, Retrophile took down Pico. Abadrock upset Lick. So we're going to be looking at Abadrock facing off against Retrophile.
Ooh, very interesting. Retrophile didn't race too long ago. I mean, I think he was on the match right before this. Is that correct?
Yeah. He's had one round of break, so I mean, he should be good to go.
Well, how do we think Retrophile is going to handle that? He seems like, I think he can stay in the zone, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, Retro's been playing really, really well for the most part. Dude's pretty consistent. I think him and Rucko play like a very similar game, just kind of like very safe, very consistent, you know. But Retro has the added bonus of that he can play the game with his eyes closed, which I don't think anyone else can say. So it's a little bit of a buff.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we're going to set up for that now, and I'll catch you on the next one, Finn.
Sounds good. We'll talk to you in a second, Noise. Thanks for watching.
Hello, and welcome to the 2020 Grandma's Old Fashioned Bubble Tournament. Brought to you by Silk Team and GG Speedruns. Runners, let's go!
And clunk. I start. The goal is not to outsmart, but rather how much faster can I collect the ducks while not giving up about bells? While my opponent fails, everybody in chat press F for fouls. Eggland out they bowels. Better not glance at the screen, him, her, or they, unless you want to see me, the NOISEPOLICE in the lead. Glen Iron Ball sub 115. My inputs are true. Basement box I break through. Even Grandma knows about Mr. Kazoo.
Double, oil and trouble. Salty here to boil your bubble. I'm spitting fire and wrecking your times, stealing your ducks, investing your rhymes. You'll be at Scrooge when I'm nabbing plucking. So say goodbye to your rubber dub ducking. I'm up in the clouds hanging with Wild Wing. You're stuck in the basement getting popped by Darkwing. Dodging the bells, keeping it real, cause don't you know that I ain't gonna fail.
We on that bubble.
This ain't no bubble, yeah. It's time for quacks, not couples, yeah.
We on that bubble.
This ain't no bubble, yeah. Come on.
Pick up the dog from the salsa shack and get ready, mother, for a heart attack. Since a brand new game from the NES dance to get you going quack, quack, shout in your head. So listen to the story, what I tell you is true. You gonna be working your bubble till your face is blue, avoiding the pop, till you drop. Better be sub 6 coming out of that pipe. 8 ducks, just a quack and gonna build your hype. Go on and lather up, cause these oils are sacred. Get the fuck up at the shack if you don't like what I'm saying. Be go out.
My number's 42, but I am Amadrock, and it's time to collect my flock of ducks. You see, but I'm a bubble punk. I was called upon by the 48s come to navigate around this maze-like temple, collecting my homies, but you know it ain't that simple. We gotta dive right in to grandma's basement, but watch the fuck out for that last bell placement. If you off by 1 pixel, you'll feel so lame. Be riding to the top in that tube of shame. Now Monica says every trick is free. But the rest of us are popping, so how can that be?
We on that bubble.
This ain't no bubble, yeah. It's time for quacks, not couples, yeah.
We on that bubble.
This ain't no bubble, yeah. Come on. I'm a bubble, moving on the double, floating into space with my doggies to the bubble, hitting pipes like
Mario.
everybody knows me from the clouds to the barrio.
From the mind of the crafty morph cat, NES is the finest format. Kick back, relax, and let yourself slide down a lazy river.
Quack, quack, 40 watt attack. Put my hands on the controller, I ain't never looking back. On green time, now at the climb. One more double jump, whoops, never mind. In the jazz clouds, I'm getting skippy with my 2 boys, Frogger and Slippy. For the newbies, a lesson in history. What you know as the ain't what it really be, you hear me?
Well, wasn't that just delightful? This is Retrofile TV here to make sense of all this madness. You see, the bubble symbolizes humanity's ability to overcome adversity, to adapt, persevere against all odds, to prevail, and be not stale. The misplaced mallards, the ducks that we are seeking, are divine fragments of the cosmos itself. Matter and antimatter, what does it matter? Everything and nothing that ever mattered. But what of the frogs? The sleeping amphibian guardians have now awoken, and they are not pleased. Will you be the one to sing them back to slumber? Can you find your place amongst the stars?
Come on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Noise Police, and I'm joined by Chuckles W7336. And we are concluding round 6 of the popped bracket here. This matchup is going to determine who faces the loser of the 1 and 2 matchup between Moniker and Alti. Well, you got any thoughts on this, Chuckles?
Well, before we get to that, I would just like to point out that there's quite a hype train going in chat here. Thank you for everybody for donating the bits and the gift subs.
100%!
We're on level 5. We just need to finish off level 5. Shout outs to Chad Muska as well. Thank you, 40 Watt Range, for the 100 bits.
Level 4 complete, level 5. I mean, this
Still
is
got
pretty
4.5
exciting, right?
minutes left.
So let's
Yeah,
talk about the matchup while this hype trade, while we're waiting for this.
Let's do that. So we've got Avidrock, who we just saw take down Lick Arcade, and Retrofoul TV is coming in hot off a win against Pico de Guile. Both of these guys have shown that they're very capable, but they've also shown that they're capable of imperfect runs. We've seen mistakes from both of them, so they know that they need to improve on their consistency if they want to keep going in this competition.
Well, Chuckles, you've met Retrophile TV IRL, correct?
That's correct. I met him for Lickathon. Also met Lick Arcade there, of course, who I knew ahead of time. Retrophile is a great competitor and a very nice guy. And, I was very impressed to see him do that blindfolded run as well.
Well, I have spoken to Avodrock42 on Discord before, so I think I can confirm that they're both real people, and there may be some mistakes made today.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is immune from making mistakes in competition. These new strategies that we've seen have been really impressive, but they haven't had as much time to practice them as some of the more, what we consider routine stuff, like Grandma's Basement.
Yeah, a lot of these tricks are very new, too. And here we go. Get into their screens, both on V1.1. That's good. No silly business, Chuckles.
I don't know what you're talking about there, Noise Police. Now, speaking of 1.1, have you heard anything about when we might be seeing V1.2?
I have not heard anything about it, but I know that there is both a Morph Cat Games Discord that you can find where they have a Bubble channel where they are uploading video constantly. And, you're going to find out. But what I really want to see is a physical cart, guys. If we can get them enough interest, maybe they'll make it. Who knows? It's
I
up
think
to
there's
us,
a lot of people here today would be interested in a physical cart if it was available. It's been really great having interactions with MorphCat Games. I know they watched the tournament last time, and they've listened to a lot of our feedback, and it's just great to have a development team that's listening to the people playing the game.
And thanks for the good luck, PR Punk, and thanks for everything else you do in chat for us. Pretty typical. We got Avodrock heading to the pipe, Retrophile right behind. I recall the last match had Avodrock, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so he may be still feeling in the zone. He's ahead right now, so I'm going to just say that him having played more recently is contributing to this at this moment.
Yeah, I think he's probably feeling good after that last matchup there. He's fresh. Retrophile only had one match off, so it's not like he's been sitting there all day cooling off.
But he may need to warm up just a little bit, and I think we're starting to see it right now. Retrophile's looking as good as ever. Oh, a little risky there, but here we go.
We saw Avidrock miss the grandma jump there. Retrophile does make it. So they're still pretty close, and really, you're just now getting to the more challenging portion of this game.
Yeah, this is where
for
it
these
starts
runners,
to heat
it's
up.
like everything up to Grandma's Basement jump is free for them. Retrophile makes Grandma's Basement, and he's only now about screen and a half behind.
Did you say that he missed the grandma?
Avidrock missed the grandma, that's correct.
My word. Don't tell Grandpa.
Yeah, where's the grandpa jump in this game?
Yeah, I would like to see a whole family tree of jumps. The step aunt, the distant cousin.
Yeah. We see Retrophile thread the needle there. I'm still not sure how much of a time save of it is, or if it's just for swag.
He likes to do it, man. If that's part of his route, and I say if that's part of your game, do it every time, man. I support it, and he did it, and I'm sure the people watching enjoyed it. Speaking of enjoying, here we go to the next part that of interest: getting these 3 ducks.
As we see the hype train finish up there, thanks again to everybody, especially PR Punk for the generous donations. Hype train level 5 was completed. Now we can get back to focusing on the race.
Does that mean we have to give a controller to the train?
I'm not sure if there is a controller for the train, no.
Well, Skunky will get on it. Shout outs to Soap Team, SOAP, Soap Team, presenting the most excellent in speedrun entertainment. Here we go. We got Scrooge on the left. What are we going for on the right? The same one. They're both going for the same duck right now.
See Retrophile take a kind of safe strategy through that room because he really wants to avoid popping there.
Avodrock gained maybe a second because he took it a little quicker, but he's still behind.
He's behind, but not by a whole lot. They're both on their way to Plucky. They're going to be within maybe 5 or 6 seconds of each other here.
Interesting pop that Retrophile took. Doesn't cost a lot of time, but not optimal. And you can see what exactly it cost him.
Retrophile's only got about a half a screen lead. This could come down to who gets tar pitted on the way to Ferdinand here.
Oh, tar pit, 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 tar, and they're both out clean.
They're both safe there. They've done this many times, but the tar pit will trip up anybody. We've seen a few pops on the way up here to Wild Wing. It's a little more dangerous than we realize, I think.
Ain't nothing safe about this game, people. Not even that screen.
Retrophile now still with a slight lead as they head into the climb. Popping is not an issue anymore. It's all going to come down to the efficiency of your climb.
Moniker mentioning in chat that the thread of the needle saves more than a half second. So I'm going to trust everything Moniker says about times in this game. There you go.
Yeah.
There's some info, people.
I think we might start calling Retrophile the tailor because of how much he likes to thread that needle.
Nicknames are good too. All right, picking it up. Retrophile in the lead. Will he do anything foolish? I think he's got it. But this is just match 1.
I think they both have to be pretty happy with their performance there. Really not a lot separating these two. We're going to see Retrophile get to the end just a couple of seconds ahead.
But very close and very good time. So I'm expecting that they're going to be ready to go pretty quickly. I think Dino is going to say type dot ready, and within a second they're going to be boom, let's go. I'm ready. Round 2.
Yeah, they want to keep going while they're hot for sure. No point in cooling off now.
Blunk and Blunk. Look at that. Look at those times.
About 2.5 seconds separating them. Not a whole lot there.
Nope.
Mistakes were made, but not many.
We shall see what mistakes will be made here. You know what? I'm going to hope for a mistake-free run. I want to see the cleanest. Let's put up some fast times right here. That's what I'm hoping for this round right here.
That would be nice. I think we're still looking at Moniker with the fastest time of the day with that 5:39, unless I missed a quicker run.
Wow. What a time. What a time. Well, that's going to be tough to beat. But if we get what I want right here, we got a chance. The just sitting on the title screen and the anticipation. You know, this game, when you hit start, it starts. Ooh, oh, I'm sweating. Palms. I can't imagine how they must feel.
Well, maybe you need to step outside and get some fresh air to cool off noise, please.
Oh, I wish, Chuckles. I wish. All right, here we go. Let's see if they're really cutting it. I think they're playing aggressively. I'm looking forward to this. Going for the safety bell. We were in sync for a second. We are in sync again. Now, these are the clips that we're going to look forward to after the tournament's over. There were a lot of clips that were put out by the GG Speedruns and Soap team for the first round. So if you have any interest in seeing a bunch of racers lined up in this game, go check those out on their Discord. But for now, we are still in sync. Look at this. This is going to be quite the highlight.
They'll probably stay in sync at least all the way to that iron ball. You know, we're talking about fastest times noise. You know, the world records they've been posting in between have only been timed to the pipe, so that's why the times don't line up quite right.
Good point.
But based upon the times that Lick Arcade and Moniker put up, which was I think, was that 554?
49 or something?
Yeah.
It's just.
Or no, I'm sorry.
I can't keep up.
454. It was 454. Sub 5 minutes. If you add the 34 seconds to that, people could get as low as like a 522 today to the water.
Oh.
So there's still over 10 seconds of time that can be saved off of that time Moniker's posted today. So it's still anybody's chance to get that controller. All you need is a clean run where you can get the waterfall jump and the demonic grandma, and that might be your ticket to that Sacred Oils controller.
And Moniker correcting us if you want to know the times. No, Grandma denied. Avodrock, man, you're going to have to do better. You're going to have to get her something nice for Christmas this year because she's mad at you, man. She is Grandma, the wrath of Grandma. You getting a sweater.
They're practically in sync at this point yet.
Back to sync once again. This is like a match right here. Swings. One takes it. The other takes it. Toe to toe. This is my favorite match of the day so far.
This is great. I think we're going to see them still basically in sync as they get to the bell skip, and we're going to see which one of them uses a faster strategy there. There's many ways to get around that bell, but they are not all equal.
You think Retrofile's going to thread the needle? Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, he doesn't! Call me a liar and slap me on the bottom, and then call me Susie, because he didn't. And look at this sync. Look at
the main thing there is not ringing that bell. I'll give up a second there if it means not taking that ride of shame.
I've never been so excited for a trick not to be attempted before. Okay, here we go.
Right, now let's see what happens with the waterfall skip here.
There we go. Well, do they have different setups? Let's see. This is very personal.
They both bounce off of that pillar, take one jump, and looks like neither of them went.
Still in sync. They don't want to be in sync, but they still are.
Let's see if either of them pop down here in the vault.
Going safe, and
safe.
Not going safe. There we go. So, Avodrock getting some frames on that, but Retrofile still, a second or two ahead. They are both doing the same route, as you can see, because they both had those. That was a little different setup on that. This is another great thing about this game is a lot of tricks, but everybody's got their own setups. And I think that...
Let's see if either of them can get that pixel perfect pop right here.
Ooh,
Retrofile gets it. Avodrock does not. He gets it on the second try. So this is still tight.
Important to note that no one, Avodrock especially, I think that was the first time he didn't go for the reverse exit. Yeah. Or at least he has been going for it so far, but he clearly decided not to this time. They gotta know that they are.
Retrofile has almost a one-screen lead. Now, once again, let's see how they handle the tar pit and see who can safely extract Ferdinand the quickest.
They are still in sync here, and I am just waiting for one of them to pop.
Avodrock got a little stuck on Ferdinand there, and that could be the difference.
Well, yeah, there's not much more that Retrofile can get hung up on, but the cloud climb, there is time to be made up and time to be lost. Not much, but we could still see it.
There's absolutely, inefficiencies in the climb, and it can take you longer if you add a couple extra bounces here or there. You certainly don't want to fall back down at any point.
I think if anyone fell, that would be it. An errant bounce or two from Retrofile could get Avodrock back in this, but he is moving on to the last duck. Cleanly hits that bell, which is just out of reach. Gets the duck. Very clean, intentional death. And if he can just make it over, he's got to be very nervous right now. Very nervous, and not anymore. He does that swag up into the tube. I always like seeing that, but I'm very interested to see the clock how far apart they were. What a matchup of
They were
these
about
two.
4 seconds apart at the entrance to the pipe there. So it looks like Retrophile is going to take this two games to none, and he had a combined lead total of about 7 seconds between
Yeah,
those
the
two races.
scoreboard
You
is
can't get
telling a
much
different
closer than
story.
that.
Wow, I mean, yeah, this is one to watch. The results don't tell the whole story on this one, folks, but there's 8 ducks, uno, 2 ocho, quack, 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 and
GG's to both of these runners. That was a
GGs
heck
to
of a
both of
matchup
them.
there.
And I am going to sign out now. I've loved speaking to you all in chat. Maybe I'll be back later. I'm going to hand it off to Chuckles and Finn. You know you're in good hands with those two. Thank you to GG Speedruns. Thank you to Mr. Dino. Thank you to Skunky and Soap Team. And thank you to everybody that's been involved in this event, all the racers, everybody involved this week and the weeks previous. Thank you to Morphcat Games, and I'll see you guys in the Salsa Shack.
All right, everybody, welcome back. It's Perfect Finn here with Chuckle73. We are looking at setting up winners finals. Moniker versus Alti, Battle of the Titans. Chuckles, how do you feel about this one?
I think this is going to be a heck of a match here. Very few mistakes from either of these guys. Both of them are very capable of putting in the fastest time of the day. And I'm expecting it to go the distance and to be similar to that last matchup, separated by a matter of seconds at the fight.
Yeah, for sure. Apparently, according to Alti, Moniker and him raced on Wednesday evening, and Moniker took 2 sets. Or no, Alti took 2 sets, Moniker took 1. So the last time these guys went toe-to-toe, Alti actually took it down. I'll be interested to see if that's how it pans out today. But yeah, this will be really, really close. I expect these guys to pull out all the stops. This is winners finals, you know, so they still have the top bracket where they have to go down and face Retrofile. So, they have a little bit of tournament to play with here. So I expect them to kind of, go as hard as they can.
Yeah, I think both of these guys know what Retrofile is capable of. So, if your options are win this to go to the finals or have to go beat Retrofile to get to the finals, they'd rather just take care of business now.
Yeah, like Happy Gilmore. I'll just beat him now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think both runners are ready here. Should be getting started momentarily. I've been waiting for this one a long time, since, 3 weeks ago. So I'm excited for this.
All right, looks like we got a quick pop from Moniker. That happens more often than people realize if you ever watch a stream of practice.
Yeah,
we take the first part for granted, but a lot of pops can happen.
Yeah, he's got some nerves, He's kind of got that Icarus syndrome. You fly too close to the sun. Super fast, but prone to some really weird pops that you don't see from most other runners.
Yeah, and unlike the last matchup, these guys have both had some time off now. Not sure if they were practicing off stream or if they were just kind of watching the action. But, there might be some mistakes we see in this first heat that, we don't see later on.
I bet Moniker has been playing the entire time. It just seems like a degenerate to me. Just been jamming attempt after attempt.
I mean, they've both been active in the GG Speedruns chat, so they're at least keeping an eye on things.
So yeah, Alti slightly ahead here, maybe a second or two to the pipe entry there, so still pretty close. Do you have a favorite to win this? Is there somebody that you're particularly rooting for, or a gut instinct?
I try not to pick sides here because I watch a lot of these people. I'm friends with them. I interact with them in the Salsa Shack. I know that Moniker has been putting in the work on this game since it was in the early NES dev days. Alti, he's a great runner that picks up a lot of games very quickly. But, I am not in the least bit surprised that these are the last 2 people left that have not lost a matchup yet.
Right, I agree. Alti was.
That's my way of saying no. I'm not rooting for anybody. I'm just excited that they're here.
That's fair, Chuckles. You don't have to commit to anything. I get it. You won't buy me a ring. Alti actually took the slower Grandma's Basement setup there, and Moniker got the quick setup, like the jump straight to break the brick. So actually shaved off a little bit of time and kind of almost all the way caught up at this point. They both thread the needle. So yeah, like I said, they're gonna have to do everything that they can, I think, if they wanna take the other one out.
Very little separation. We see them take identical strategies to skip that bell. That's something that they worked on in between tournament days, is really optimizing that room. It's not just enough anymore to get the bell skip. Now you have to do it as quick as possible because that's how tight the competition is.
Yeah, it was interesting there because Alti popped on the right-hand wall and then Moniker popped on the ceiling. And I want to say the ceiling pop is maybe slower, but it looks like so marginal. But it is interesting to me
both of them go for the waterfall skip here. Moniker gets it, Alti does not.
Yeah, but I mean, you have a second look at it, right? Just due to the way that the routing works.
We are definitely going to see an attempt at the demonic grandma here.
Oh, he gets it. That's so big. Moniker really hitting everything so far. I think that's going to give him a pretty sizable lead. Oh, an Alti pop going for the waterfall skip.
And I got to step away for a second. Take it away.
All good, Chuckles. But yeah, Moniker hitting the waterfall skip, hitting the reverse Deadeye exit, and then Alti taking a pop on the waterfall skip. It's going to put Alti at a pretty huge deficit. Moniker's on a quick one, 339 to Plucky. I mean, I think this is kind of wrapped up. This is, I'm not an expert, but this is a pace for sure. It would take some sort of catastrophic issue on Moniker's part for Alti to catch up here.
Yeah, it's almost clinical at this point once they get in the clouds because they've both done it a number of times. They know exactly what they need to do, and they're not likely to make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, this is a really, really good pace for Moniker. I'd be interested to see what the final time is because I didn't really, other than the pop at the very beginning. Oh, he's gonna, as I say that, he gets kind of caught up in the clouds, but yeah, really clean run from him.
So just to point out, in case it wasn't mentioned yet, this is a best of 5 matchup, as will be the finals in the popped bracket. So all 3 remaining matchups are now best out of 5.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm down with that. More bubble. These are going to be the best games of the day, no doubt. So I'm definitely happy to see it, Yeah, all but elementary at this point. You're not going to see any like swag exit from Moniker, I don't think. He gets to the pipe right at like 458. Gets to take this first one down, but like we said, best of 5, still lots of bubble to play.
I believe Moniker's time is going to be our new fastest time of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. That one, I mean, like I said, he was on a heater most of that. Very, very minimal mistakes. Took an early pop like right at the beginning. Got hung up at the beginning of the cloud ascent there, but I mean, otherwise, really, really clean run.
.34 is now the time to beat for that Sacred Oils controller.
Yeah, and I think the previous time was like 5:39, so he improved
5:39. That's right. Also by
7 seconds. That was nice. GG to
and
Moniker,
there's still more
sure.
time to be saved.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, that run still had mistakes. So
GG's to both of these runners. 551 is nothing to laugh at either from Alti there. I think he's probably disappointed that he didn't get the waterfall skip, and that made the difference.
Right. Yeah, I mean, 551 would have been competitive for fastest time on day 1 of the tournament. So you can just see how these new strats, like the waterfall skip and the Deadeye exit strategy, have really like improved the overall paces of the matches.
Well, we've got at least 2 more matches to see out of these 2 before we head on to that popped bracket showdown against Retrophile TV.
Yeah, 2 more I think is I don't know. I don't expect it to be a wash. That would be pretty wild to me. Alti's
I
very
can't
good
imagine any of the best of 5s being a sweep. We've got the three best runners left, and not a lot of room for error there.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really think Alti has anything to be worried about. Like you said, there's still plenty of bubble to play. You got to be hungry. But yeah, like we said earlier today, the waterfall skip is so huge. It's so big. I think you and I talked about it a bit before the tournament, just so I could get an idea of, how it impacts routing, what the time save is like, etc. But like talking about it, seeing it on paper, and then actually watching it in execution, totally different. It's so huge.
Right, and it's a trick that didn't even exist on tournament day 1. That's incredible.
Right. Yeah, it's really neat to see, strategy still progressing for the game. It's still young, it's still in its infancy. It's a new speedrun, people still picking it up. And that's what's, we talked about this, I think, on day 1, where you get in with a group of people and everybody kind of plays the same game or whatever. And you get kind of like that tunnel vision, I guess. But then, you see Avadrock coming in, joining the Salsa Shack, and coming up with a new strat.
Yeah, the improvements in this game, it's been really great. I was running this game on the NES dev version as well, and it's just everyone in the Bubble community has been really great. Everybody's open about tips and tricks. They're all very helpful. Moniker had the world record in NES Dev, and if you showed up in his chat, he would show you how to do a trick on stream. So everybody that I've interacted with in this community has just been tremendous. And it's great how they're all, willing to work together right up until race day.
For sure.
Looks like we're off to a clean start here. They're both going to be pretty much dead even.
Yeah, I was going to say, enough of that mushy garbage, Chuckles.
Yeah.
Alti's here to game. They might be friends offline, but right now... God,
like
right
they
now
both got a
it's
quick
neck
fight
and neck.
there.
Yeah.
I think Alti is determined to get that waterfall skip. He does not want to miss that 2 runs in a row. You certainly don't want to be down 2-0 to Moniker.
Yeah, they're like perfectly in sync at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, fast pipe entry is something I don't think that we talk about enough. Actually, I just don't think the community talks about enough. Probably something that'll be prioritized as the game becomes more and more optimized. Like really getting that fast pipe entry. It's a tiny difference, but in a game like this, with the run as short as it is, every, like 10th of a second really matters.
I mean, this is great. We just saw synchronized grandma jumps. Now let's see if they can both get grandma's basement.
Yeah, basement's kind of been tearing people up. See? It's been tearing people up today. Honestly, I think there was a higher consistency on day 1 of the event. It's just crazy.
Yeah. Moniker didn't pop, but neither of them actually got the faster grandma's basement jump. Moniker's got himself a little bit of a lead here.
I thought that was free, Chuckles.
Very few things are free in this game.
Be interested to see if these guys decide to thread the needle or not. Yeah, I think Moniker's going to go for it every time at this point. And they both do. Nice.
You see the exact same bell skip as you did last time out of Moniker. That's something that he's worked on. Alti is taking a similar strategy, but pulled it off a little bit slower.
Interesting to me that Moniker popped on the left-hand side rather than the ceiling this time. I don't fully understand that, but be interested to compare that, Moniker remembers the whole jump exiting that pipe. Really big, really clutch. Important
That
to
is
do.
one of the few things in this game that is free.
Mm-hmm. Alti gets the waterfall skip. Nice. Moniker setting up for the demonic grandma, which he gets. This is going to be a really nice pace for Moniker.
Alti's going for it as well. And he pops ahead of time, so he will not get it. That is a costly mistake. Now we can see just how much of a time save that demonic grandma really is. Moniker's already on his way to Plucky, and its Alti is still on his way down to Scrooge.
Yeah, exactly. I think, the demonic grandma is about a 5-second time save versus not going for it. But if you go for it and miss, I think you're losing another 4 or 5 seconds. So ultimately, going for it and missing is rough because you're losing like 8 to 10 seconds. Yeah, exactly. We see Alti take another pop there. It's looking a little grim, Chuckles.
Yeah, it's Moniker has a bit of I'd say a comfortable lead at this point. We're not going to see a lot of mistakes in these clouds. Moniker's still thinking about that, fastest time of the day. Every time he's going out there, he wants to win that controller. Mm-hmm. I know he has other opportunities to win controllers, but he's said he wants to win the one for fastest time of the day.
Sure. That's interesting to me that he cares more about being fast than winning it all, but I mean, I respect it. And yeah, people call him the human task, and it shows. He's played really well so far. Very, very minimal mistakes.
He's put in the work and the hours to be in this position to have a chance to advance to the finals here.
For sure. Yeah, I mean,
pick up Howard there and get the pop. He's on his way to the pipe, and assuming he has all the ducks, I don't think we've seen anybody forget a duck so far in this tournament.
I think this pace is even faster, Chuckles.
What was the last one? A 4:32?
Yeah, I think this is even faster. This is the new fast time. Moniker puts up back-to-back fastest time of the day. Alti has its work cut out for them. This is looking rough. Moniker on a heater right now.
Alti is going to need to win 3 matchups in a row against Moniker as Moniker continues to set fastest times of the day.
Yeah, not really the position.
Whoever loses this is not out of the tournament. They just have to go face Retrofile. in the popped bracket.
I don't want to do that either. That guy can play the game with his eyes closed.
That's true. No, he can't do it in 5.5 minutes with his eyes closed, but he has
true.
incredible command of the game.
Yeah, Moniker with a 5:29, lowering the best time by another 3 whole seconds. But GG to both runners. You know, Alti's still putting up a respectable time, hitting the water around 5:51, but yeah, he's going to have to pick it up if he wants to avoid going down to the popped bracket with Retrophile.
Yeah, I didn't see what the decimal places were after the 5:29, but he's definitely out in front now. Alti with another 5:51. That's about what he did last time too. He's got to be perfect. He's got to pull off these tricks. He's got to be able to get the waterfall skip and the demonic grandma and avoid those pops. You cannot make pops. You cannot make mistakes against Moniker and expect to come away with a win.
Yeah, and we've seen like Moniker was a little shaky against Avedrock earlier today, and I remember Moniker being a little shaky as well on day 1 of the tournament a few weeks prior. But I mean, now he looks really, really clean. You know, the human task that everyone's talked about.
Yeah, and you know these guys they raced outside of the tournament as well, and I think Alti actually got the better of Moniker in that.
Yeah, so it was 2-1.
Yeah, Moniker just seems to be kind of in the zone right now. And it'll be interesting to see if anybody can knock him down from that.
Yeah, I mean, the big part of that's going to be mentality, right? And Moniker has, you know, all the tempo, and he's got the forward momentum. He's got the I'm ahead I have so many games to give. It's going to be tough for Alti to say, like, be down 2-0 against the human task world record holder and be like, all right, I can come back from this.
I expect this to be another fastest time of the day attempt for Moniker. I don't expect any amount of playing it safe to go on. Moniker wants to win. He wants to win 3 games to none. He wants that controller. I don't expect anybody to play it safe now. And Alti absolutely can't play it safe. He knows he needs to pull out every trick in the book.
Alti gained a little bit of time there. I wonder if that was solely from the pipe entry. Just kind of snapped ahead there just by, you know, ever so slightly, about maybe a second, less than half a second.
So Alti's going to be the first one to iron ball, but it is still very close. 113s for both of them. Alti with a slightly lower 113. Not a lot separating these two. See Alti get the 1 bounce over the bridge. Moniker had to go for a second bounce. I mean, that's a matter of frames. These are not big time losses here.
Right.
They both
runners get the grandma, yeah. No longer on the naughty list. It's good to see. All right, the basement's giving people so much trouble today. Come on, guys.
Ooh, Moniker takes a pop there.
Yeah.
Alti is going to have a little bit more of a lead here, but not so much that he's safe from a successful demonic grandma attempt for Moniker.
Yeah, and I mean, both runners entering the scariest part of the run now. So with Alti being down, 2-0, it's like, yeah, he's playing really clean and really well right now, but I mean, my hands would still be shaking.
Looks like our streams are a little bit out of sync at the moment, so we'll just have to keep an eye on the time when they get down to that jump ball to compare.
Sure. This is it. The biggest moment of the whole run. Nice.
We see Moniker thread the needle. I believe Moniker actually came up with this strategy where they bounce off the bottom of the room here for this bell skip. He calls it the bop and hop. It seems to work pretty well and be a very fast way to get over.
Yeah, seems to be the community's preferred method of doing that bell skip. I haven't really seen anybody go over the top in quite some time.
No one's brave enough to do that except Noise Police.
I mean, that's understandable.
Looks like Alti has about a 5-second lead at this point.
Yeah, we're going to get synced up here. Alti got the waterfall skip. Just going to grab Deadeye. We'll see if he goes for the demonic grandma.
He does. Goes for it. Doesn't get it.
It looked so close.
This is another trick that nobody even thought was possible. As we see Moniker get it, that's going to close up the gap between these two.
Yeah, for sure. I think it'll put them... I actually think that's going to give Moniker the lead at this point.
It will, yeah. We can see Moniker's the first to the Scrooge room as the videos are back in sync now.
Yep. Alti's going to be about a full screen behind at this point.
And that's why we're seeing these guys go for that demonic grandma, because making that can be all the difference.
Yep, Moniker grabs Plucky at 343, Alti at about 348. So Alti about 5 seconds behind because of that demonic grandma difference. So, ooh, I mean, we still have the climb, some clean execution.
Could be tar pitted here as well.
Yep.
Nope, Moniker gets in and out clean to get Ferdinand.
Has Moniker made a mistake? Oh, as I say something, I was gonna say, has he made a mistake? Are we gonna see a third fastest time in a row? But he got a little bungled there trying to grab Wild Wing.
I think Moniker might have popped on an attempt to the grandma's basement.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I mean, that
Honestly,
didn't cost him a lot of time, but probably cost him enough to get fastest time of the day on this run.
Right. But it just goes to show you how big the waterfall skip and the demonic grandma are for as far as like time saves. Because he popped on the basement, but this pace still seems so quick. So quack, if you will. I'll see myself out.
Yeah, I'll take it from here. All right, looks like Moniker's going to be the first one of the pipe. So it's all but over in this matchup now, as it looks like Moniker's about to take it 3-0.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Like you mentioned, Alti is not out of the tournament. He will now move to the popped bracket, where he will face off against Retrophile TV in what is probably going to be a very close matchup. GG's to both of these runners. Moniker is going to advance to the finals, which is also a best of 5, where he will face the winner of Alti versus Retrophile.
Yeah, GG to both runners. Moniker, I did not expect him to sweep, but
no,
I know for sure Moniker put in the time in the past 3 weeks between these events. I can't speak to Alti's preparation, but I know that Moniker plays this game like a demon, so like a fiend. So I mean, he absolutely deserved to. But we'll see how the rest of the event goes.
5:35 for Moniker. He's got to be very disappointed in that time.
Yeah. I mean, he hit a 5:32 and a 5:29 back to back. So very consistent right now, hitting that nice 5:30 to 5:35 sweet spot. There's really good paces. It's going to be hard to stop him.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Moniker doesn't cool off too much while he has to watch the popped bracket finals there. He probably wants to go to the finals right now and just keep going. But he's going to have to wait.
Yeah, I think we'll kick it back over to Dino. We'll listen to some music, let our runners get set up. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Please stay tuned as we get set up for our losers finals between It's Alti and Retrophile, and we'll be with you momentarily.
All right, welcome back, folks. Thanks for being here. I am Chuckles, joined again by Perfect Finn. We are ready for the finals of the popped bracket. So this is going to be a best of 5 here between It's Alti and Retrophile, two runners that are very familiar with each other, as they faced each other earlier today, where Alti got the best of Retrophile, sending him down to the popped bracket. The winner of this advances to the finals against Moniker, who is going to be patiently waiting. And Finn, what do you think we're going to see here?
Retro's on. I mean, if you look at the bracket, Retrophile's on quite a loser's run tear right now. You know, he's kind of immediately gets sent to the pop bracket and just battling back. I like the narrative. I hope it continues. You know, I think historically, Alti's probably a little favored here, just a little quicker. You know, he's posted some very competitive times against Moniker and Lick previously. So Retrophile's definitely got his work cut out for him. But I mean, Retrophile's on a nice little run.
Yeah, and I think Retrophile wants some retribution for getting knocked out of the top bracket earlier by It's Alti.
Right.
So I think he wants his chance. He wants to make it to the finals. As we see the runners get started here. Again, this is best of 5.
Yeah, I like the revenge story arc. I like Retro going on this deep pop bracket run and then getting his revenge. So we'll see.
Right, but speaking of revenge, It's Alti wants to get back to the finals to take another shot at Moniker.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, I don't think he's really happy with the way that last matchup went. As we see Retrophile take a pop early on in a spot we don't see a lot of people popping these days.
Yeah, not a great pop, but they're much worse. You know, obviously he's losing time, but it could be way worse. I think if you're Retro, you just got to kind of shake that one off and, you know, move forward, keep jamming, keep playing. But like you said, Alti really wanting to get back to the finals, right? Because he said he played on Wednesday and he won against Moniker 2-1. So there's no way he's happy getting swept. So.
Yeah, and you know, there's also a question of, you know, is Alti, you know, tired? He just ran a bunch in a row. Retrophile had a bit of a break, but maybe it just means it's Alti isn't going to have first run jitters because he just came out of a race.
Right. Yeah, we're 4 hours deep at this point. There's been a lot of gaming. Yeah, honestly, maybe the runners are moving from like jitters into like, wow, I'm kind of exhausted here. Alti getting a nice 113 iron ball. It takes a double brick pop there, which is a little weird. Kind of slightly suboptimal. Normally, I wouldn't point stuff like that out, but at this point in the tournament, every little thing matters.
Certainly. You know, if you don't line up that brick pop quite right, you can end up accidentally hitting 2, even if you're not trying to.
Sure.
You know, same with this bridge here. Ideally, you only want to hit that bridge one time, but if you mistime the jump, you end up having to hit it twice. We see Retrophile going for some safety bells here, which is a good strategy and doesn't cost him much time. He hits the grandma jump. You know, he knows he's behind at this point, but he also knows he's not so far behind that he's out of it.
Right. Yeah, like I said, the pop at the beginning was costly, but there are way worse pops to take. Both players don't hit the first try grandma, but they get the backup on the side pool, so which is good, right? Because we've seen the runners today struggle with that spot a lot. Like a lot of pops on grandma's basement, which has been weird.
The grandma's basement has been a tricky jump in this game ever since the NES dev days, and it's hardly free for a lot of people. We see Retrophile take a very costly pop there in dark. He tried to cut the corner getting out of that pond, and that is a big mistake there.
Yeah, I think we
hope that Alti makes a mistake. It's hard to come back from that.
I think we've seen that from Retrophile a little bit today, or maybe that was Pico. I'm having a hard time recalling, but I seem to remember Retro getting kind of a little greedy with some of these like corner cuts, and that's cost him a couple times.
If he goes for threading the needle here, or if he plays it safe.
Oh, look at that! It's like he changed his mind halfway through. It's like he was listening.
He still has an opportunity to get back in it, but he needs Alti to do something, you know, a little suboptimal. As we see Alti going down and getting Scrooge, Retrophile is going to have to go for the waterfall skip. He's going to have to hope for a demonic grandma. And in his head, he's also maybe telling himself, hey, it's best out of 5. If I lose this one, I just need to be mentally prepared for the next one. He also doesn't know if Alti made mistakes or not.
Yeah, I want to see him go for everything. I mean, there's no, like you said, it's best of 5. He probably knows he's behind at this point. I want to see him just try every trick.
Well, he didn't go for the waterfall skip. He just tried to cut the corner there, and that caused him to rise back up to the surface. Yeah, interesting that he didn't go for the waterfall skip there.
Yeah, I don't really understand that mindset. It's interesting to me, but I'm not the one with the controller in my hands, and maybe he thinks Alti's been struggling too.
Yeah, or maybe he just thought if he didn't get it, he couldn't afford to waste that second or two. So he did get a nice, perfect pixel pop there after Deadeye, but he's still pretty far behind in this one. He can't feel great about his time right now. He's probably just hoping for a clean cloud section that he can feel good about carrying on to the next one and not making any more mistakes. Alti is already on his way up into the clouds, where he'll be going for Howard here. Alti is probably still interested in getting that fastest time of the day. And I don't know that's going to happen on this run, but he certainly wants to win a controller one way or another.
Right. Yeah, I haven't been watching Alti's run too closely because I'm trying to focus on Retro and see where he's gaining time. But yeah, Alti I think has had a pretty clean run for the most part. I haven't seen any real major mistakes out of him.
This is a good run from Alti. He enters the pipe at 5:09. He does inadvertently stop his timer because that's where we stop the timer for speedruns. But thankfully with Live Split, you can hit the undo button, and it keeps your timer going, so it's not like it's paused.
Yep. So Alti getting
there's
himself
enough
another
separation here that we're not too worried about that either.
Right. Getting himself another, I think 541. So I think this will put him. And I think I think this is his second 541 of the day, so he'll be second fastest time. Oh, is it 540? Oh, well, he messed up his timer a little bit.
Well, that shouldn't have an effect because, like I said, it keeps running in the background.
Oh, you're right.
But yeah, 5:43 is a great time, and I believe Alti is still in second place for fastest run of the day. And remember that the winner cannot win more than one controller. So
yeah,
he still
exactly.
has a very good shot at a controller.
Yep. If Moniker takes down the whole tournament, he would be disqualified from winning a controller for fastest time of the day. So Alti has the second fastest time of the day right now with a 541. But GG to both runners. Alti taking that one down ahead 1-0. But like you said, just best of 5. So, just plenty of bubble to be played.
Yeah, I think Retrophile, his biggest mistake was that pop after he got Darkwing. He doesn't want to. He can't afford to make another pop like that. He probably started thinking it was over at that point, unless Alti made a huge mistake. I expect him to do better this time. But Alti ran a really good race, and he's probably going to just go out there and do the same thing again.
Yeah, the Darkwing pop was pretty uncharacteristic. We haven't seen too many people pop in that room. But yeah, I think overall, that was the major difference maker. And I think Retro just got maybe a little greedy with some of the corners he was trying to cut. So, but I mean, I think this is very close. And I say that, yeah,
another early pop.
Yeah, I say that, and of course I curse the guy, unfortunately.
The thing is, Retrophile had a pop right at the start of the last run too, and that might have been why he was going for some of those greedy strats. Is because he felt that he had a couple of seconds he needed to shave off.
Sure. It's hard to be objective when you're in the race scenario and the pressure's on you. It's hard to take yourself out of the situation and be objective, right? When it comes to your decision making, because all the anxiety and pressure's on you, and you're just I gotta go.
We see Retrophile stutter there on the Great Wall. It's like he knew that he was not going to make it over on that jump, and it's better to lose a second by stopping than to pop and have to go all the way back to that other bell.
For sure. I also wonder if sometimes people's muscle memory gets thrown off because they think they need to be skipping the bell, like they do later in the run sometimes.
That's
true.
So
I wonder if people ever get tripped up there and they're like, oh wait, I don't need to. It's not that hard. I don't need to make it that hard quite yet.
The advent of the waterfall skip, we'd see less of that because very few people even have to do the Deadeye bell skip anymore.
Right.
But yeah, last race day that was a must-hit trick, and now you want to avoid it.
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, honestly, the runners are probably grateful because that seemed to be the most problematic trick from our first day of the tournament. So
I know I'm not a big fan of that Deadeye Bell skip, so I'm kind of glad that it's not necessary anymore. But too late for me because I'm already out of the tournament.
tough breaks. I wasn't
That's
gonna.
all right. Honestly, I'm enjoying that I can just sit back and watch this and not have to worry about competing in between calling matches.
Sure, yeah, it's stressful, man. Not getting a second to take a breath for sure.
We just saw Alti nail the Grandma's basement jump. Retrophile is going to make it over with the slower backup.
Yep, Alti
There's
takes
not a
top
whole lot of
route.
separation between these two. There's a little bit, but you know, Retrophile just needs to make sure he doesn't pop going to Darkwing here.
Yeah, not to rub it in, Chuckles, but yes, let's not jinx him. Let's see a good clean exit. Nice.
There we go. See Alti approach the bell skip.
Should the ducks quack when you pick them up?
They do. They make a faint quacking sound.
Okay.
It's not too loud compared to the music, though.
Gotcha. I want a loud quack. Let's get Morph Cat on the line.
Yeah,
I want to get a noise.
1.2 should have incredibly loud quacks.
I want a noise police recorded quack.
Now that would be nice. Maybe
Yes,
they could do like a alternate audio situation that was noise police on kazoos for the whole game.
We say that as we're being nonsensical as Alti hits the waterfall skip. I think he's going to go back and try to set up this demonic grandma. This is going to be a pretty big moment.
He doesn't get it. It's a tough trick to get. So that cost him a few seconds. We see Retrophile just go for the pixel perfect pop, which is slower than a demonic grandma, but not by a lot.
Yeah, not slower than if you go for it and miss it, right?
Yeah, I would say Retrophile probably gained a second or two on that interaction there.
Right.
Alti's going to be the first one down into Scrooge's vault, but Retrophile is not far behind.
Yep. Yeah, getting the opting to not go for the demonic grandma, getting the pixel perfect pop after Deadeye, that was big. It kind of put Retrophile back in this.
Yeah, these strats are only good to go for if you have a pretty good confidence level that you're going to get it.
Yeah, he's still unfortunately a good 4 or 5 seconds behind though.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. A tar pit would certainly help put Retrophile back in this race.
I don't know if we've seen Alti get tar pitted yet this event.
I don't believe that we
getting
have.
out of there.
These runners have been overall very good at that Ferdinand extraction.
I'm surprised nobody adopted the Johnny Link. Remember day one, Johnny had the like different setup for getting out of there to avoid that interaction. I'm surprised nobody adopted that.
I think he would pop a couple of blocks on his way in.
Yeah, on the right side.
As we see Retrophile take another pop there, which isn't a huge one, but enough to put him even farther behind. Johnny Link's strategy was a safer one, but it did take a little more time than a high bounce because you had to break multiple blocks.
Yeah, maybe runners just feel like at this point in the tournament, you can't go for those kind of safeties.
Yeah, we're not seeing a whole lot of safe strats here. No one's really going too far out of their way to ring bells that they don't have to.
Right.
These are all basically world record strats at this point. You want to risk everything.
Yeah, which is neat, right? Because in a lot of race settings, people would go for safer strategies, right? But I mean, at this point, every attempt is basically like watching somebody do like a PB or a world record attempt, which is pretty
much,
wild.
yeah.
Like if you were watching, I don't know, Castlevania or Ninja Gaiden speedrun races, it would look very, very different. Like the strategies that they use compared to world record level strategies. So it's interesting to see that, this game is so tight and optimized and everyone's so good at it that, people just have to go all out every time.
Yeah, I think we saw some safe strategies on day one as we see Alti get another 541. GG's to him. But yeah, the winner of this is going to have to face Moniker in the finals. And I don't know how anybody goes into that matchup thinking, I have to play it safe. The only way you're going to beat Moniker is if you're on world record pace every time and hoping that he makes a mistake.
Yep. GG to both runners. Alti taking this one down with another 541. I think that's the second 541. I'm pretty sure Alti's last 3 times have been 541, 541, and 543. So dude's wickedly consistent right now. Retrophile on his tournament life right here.
That's right.
We are in the popped bracket. Winner of this will be moving on to face Moniker in the grand finals.
Loser leaves town.
Loser packs their bags, goes home. Honestly, send your bubble ROM or your bubble cart back to Morphcat. You're out of here. No more bubble for you.
All right. Now, if you're Retrophile, you can't be thinking about the fact that you're down 2-0. You just have to be thinking about this race. Say, I just need to win one here and go from there. Because thinking about winning 3 in a row is a bit overwhelming. But just take one,
Yeah. Honestly, sometimes people play their best in situations like this. It's kind of like in a game where you only have like one hit point left, or like you're on your last life before game over. It like almost alters your mindset because you go into this state where you're like, okay, I just can't make any mistakes. And for some people that can stress them out and make them play worse. But I've also seen a lot of people where suddenly they're playing so much better. And it's like, why didn't I play as if I only had one life the entire time, So I'll be interested if Retrophile kind of falls in that mindset.
Well, in both of the first 2 matchups, Retrophile had at least one pop on the way to the Iron Ball. So I think he's, in every race so far, he's been thinking, I've got to make up time. I've got to take some chances. He's clean past the Great Wall. He's heading into the pipes. This might be his best time to Iron Ball out of these 3 races so far.
Yeah, I think
so
it
maybe
is.
He'll operate, with some a different mentality this time, knowing that he's in it. As we see Alti pop on a place we don't see a lot of people pop.
Yeah, that's huge. That's going to give Retrophile a nice buffer. I think Retrophile says he keeps the stream minimized when he's racing, so he's not going to know. But yeah, that's a nice buffer for Retrophile.
Retrophile had a 1:14 to the Iron Ball. So if he's looking at his own time, he's thinking, I might be a second behind right now, but if anything, I'm only ahead by about a second. He's actually got a bigger lead than that. He's just not aware of it, most likely.
Right. And honestly,
strategy. He rings his safety bell here on his way up to the grandma. He doesn't get the grandma jump. He gets it on the second try, so he loses a little bit there.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Retrophile, I maybe prefer not to know. Sometimes if you have a lead, it can like really get in your head, and you get nervous, and then you pop on grandma's basement.
Pop there. Popping there is just part of the game. It happens. Ulti picks up the grandma's basement, and now these two are neck and neck again.
Yeah, very. Oh no!
He went for the top route, and he popped. That's not ideal.
Yeah, I would have loved to see a nice sync here in this match, but yeah, that's a really rough mistake. I assume he's going to go for it. He's got to go for everything. Yeah, but Retrophile has to literally go for every strat. Like, if he doesn't go for waterfall skip here and doesn't go for demonic grandma, etc., I would question the decision making. You're on your tournament life. You got to go for all of it.
He still threads the needle. His signature move there.
They call him the Tailor.
Yeah, they do. Oh, and he rings the bell. Oh, you hate to see it. You take that bell skip for granted, but it's still the most important screen of the game.
This is maybe the worst sensation in all of Bubble speedrunning, because you just get to sit here and think about what you've done.
Yeah. We see Alti, he's going to go for the demonic grandma here, and then he pauses a moment and still goes for it anyway.
He pops.
Ends up taking a pop. Cost him a little bit of time, but he's in good shape right now.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal at this point, honestly. Retrophile, that pipe of shame is a nice 20-25 seconds or so, so Alti's got a really good buffer. It's going to take a lot.
See Retrophile go for the waterfall skip, but he doesn't make it. But he is able to go down for Scrooge, which is why the waterfall skip is not a costly thing to attempt the first time.
Yeah, waterfall skip, great. Such a huge time save if you get it, and the first attempt is literally free, so.
Yeah, you might lose, a couple tenths of a second by not just going straight down the waterfall, but it's not.
Right.
It's worth it. It's 100% worth it.
Yeah. The trade-off there of the potential return is so big.
He does get the Deadeye Bell skip, but we just saw Alti pick up Ferdinand as he heads up to Wild Wing, and it is a pretty considerable gap between the two now. Nice pixel perfect pop from Retrofile there after getting Deadeye.
Alti's gonna get his revenge. He's gonna get his nice run, salty run back against Moniker, I think. Unless we see like a gray. We haven't seen a single gray screen today, so I probably just made that happen.
Yeah, had to bring that up, didn't you?
For those of you who didn't tune in on day one, we did have a couple soft locks during a screen transition, so was something that happened. It's pretty rare. I highly doubt it will happen, but since I've said something, it almost certainly will now.
Well, I think Alti's got to feel pretty good after getting swept by Moniker to come back, and looks like he's about to take this matchup 3-0, barring a Forgotten Duck. As we see Retrofile say hi to Slappy the Frog, who is very rarely seen in this game.
Yeah, Alti pulled out a broom of his own, called the janitor, sweeps up Retrofile, nice clean 3-0, gets to head back into the grand finals against Moniker and try to extract some revenge. But
I think Retrofile knew that he was in trouble after he had to ring the bell and take the ride of shame. He's heading up the climb now, but he just wanted to stop and see his friend along the way. It's important to note that if you go and visit that frog, it actually subtracts a minute from your time, so he has a chance to. I'm just kidding, folks.
Yep, that's exactly how that works. The frog does give you a bonus.
With a 5:55, not his best time, but certainly good enough in this one. Retrofile says hello to Howard, and he's going to make his way towards the end here. GG's to both of these guys. Very impressive. Very high level of play from both of them. And now we've got Alti with one chance to get his revenge against Moniker in the final.
Yeah, he
That'll
has to
be best of 5 as well.
Yeah,
I do think we're going to take a little bit of a break between rounds just so that he has a chance to catch his breath, and so do we.
Alti's got his work cut out for him. He has to reset the bracket, so he'd have to beat Moniker in 2 best of 5s if he wants to win this whole thing.
That's right.
So yeah, Alti would have to win, 9 in a row? Or no, I guess just 6 in a row.
He has to win 2 best out of 5s. So that could take as few as 6 matches for him to do. It could go to 10. But
yep.
If you're Alti, you can't be thinking about that. You got to be thinking about winning the next race.
Right. Yeah, thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. I think we're going to take a short break here, let our runners catch their breaths, let comms catch their breath. But we will be back momentarily with grand finals of Grandma's old-fashioned bubble tournament. Don't go away. Thank you so much.
We've also got the marble race coming up.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're going to do marbles for controllers. I lied. Everyone, stay here. Come back. We're not going anywhere. We're doing marbles for controllers. We have 4 controllers that are being given away today, provided by Sacred Oils. We have 1 for the tournament winner, 1 for the fastest time of the day, and 2 random controllers. 2 randoms. Random top 8 tournament participant and random tournament viewer. Viewer means you. That's right, you, Twitch viewer.
That's right. We are going to take a quick break while we set up the marbles race, so stick around for a few minutes and then we will get to that.
Sounds good. We'll talk to you soon.
Yo, 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 yo. Hello, hello, hello. I hope audio levels are fine. I hope I'm not destroying anybody's ears right now. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Welcome, everybody, to GG Speedruns, to the top 8. Now, only 2 more runners are going to be fighting for the finals, which is going to be Moniker and It's Alti. The run back for It's Alti, but while we wait on that, while we wait for that, guys, everybody in the chat right now, everybody in the chat has a chance to win a controller. Let me update this because it's not capturing properly. Let me update this. All right. It's capturing it now. It's capturing it now. All you have to do right now, all you have to do for that chance to win an amazing soap controller, Sacred Oils controller, the best of the best, top-notch controllers out there for the NES, for your speedruns. If you want to be the best on speedrunning, you want one of those. You want one of those Sacred Oil controllers made by Skunky. Skunky also the main idea for this amazing tournament. I hope everybody's having a really good time today. I'm so happy to be able to jump in here for a marble race. You guys, I love commenting marble races. Yes, this is Mr. Dino for everybody wondering. This is Mr. Dino here. Just pulling in a little bit on the front of the scene. I've been doing this on the behind the scenes, and I just want to give a huge shout outs to everybody participating on this tournament, all the commentators, the staff, the runners, the amazing viewers, the amazing viewers, and of course DevCat, developer of Böbl. It has been really amazing. Yeah, this has been pretty fun. I hope you guys are having fun as well. We're gonna be doing 2 marble races. This one is for absolutely everybody to join. Absolutely everybody watching right now can join at this very moment. After this one, we're gonna be having a top 8 only marble race. Only top 8 people. There's gonna be a soap controller right now, a Sacred Oil controller right now for whoever the winner is. And the next one, it's only gonna be one for the top 8. It's only gonna be one for the top 8. So if you have not joined right now, you have about, let's do the countdown for 60 seconds because you know the delay and all that. We're gonna be doing the countdown for 60 seconds. If you haven't joined, if you're lurking, if you have your family, your friends, your cousins, your sisters, your brothers, your sons with a cell phone, with an iPad, with another laptop or anything, make sure to have them join GG Speedruns right now and hit !play, because who knows when there's gonna be another opportunity to be able to try to win a another Sacred Oils controller. All right, so we're gonna be starting the countdown here. It's gonna be 60 seconds. This is gonna be crazy. I know this race, I know this lap, and it's gonna be crazy because it's like the baby circuit in Mario Kart. It's gonna be like a million going left and right in the same circuit. It's gonna be crazy because I don't know who's gonna be first, who's gonna be second, who's gonna be third. So hopefully the tools here that Marbles provide are gonna be able to help me. But look at this, look at all these runners right now. 50 runners in total. But I see more viewers right now. So some of you are currently losing your chance at winning a Sacred Oils controller. Who knows when this is gonna be back? You only have 20 more seconds to join. And here we go. We're gonna be starting the countdown right now. Are you guys ready? Here we go with just 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. If you didn't join, you didn't join. There's no more chances anymore. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Look at a marble right there with a little bit of fire. We can see P. Soriano right now leading the pack, but this is going to be really, really hard to be able to keep this lead right here. And we can see also Eric just leading the pack right now. We can see, look at all those people. Look at all those people racing right now like it's a NASCAR race. It's going to be very tough right now on the turns. We see who's going to be taking the lead right now. It's Shuri on the first place, being very smart, taking the outside part of that turn right there, and he's gonna be taking now to the right side. He's gonna be taking right now to the right side, and he's trying to get a little bit of a good lead right now. He's actually getting a really good lead, bro. He's being followed very closely by Black Squall, Johnny Link, Discord Dystopia. We can see a lot of runners, and Black Squall and Shuri are actually fighting pretty hard right now for the first place. Oh, it seems that actually Black Squall is gonna be claiming the first place on the first lap. Here we go on to the second lap with Black Squall and Shuri like really getting away from the pack. Let's go ahead and have a look at the rest of the pack. Look at C. We can see Pecco Delgado, 420 Deck, Ruko, Pitbot, Dakas, I Rate Mexican, Johnny, 40 watt range. A lot of people actually participating right now, but Black Squall is still maintaining the lead. He's still maintaining the lead, but oh, he's slowing down a little bit, and we can see Gronchiatus taking advantage of that slowdown. What happened right there to Black Squall? What happened? Gronchiatus doesn't care about what happened, he just cares about taking the lead right now, and it's now Leak Arcade on second place, being followed by Fabricator and P. Soriano. P. Soriano has been fighting the top leads since the very start of the race, and we can see a lot of people being pretty good. And here we go on to the third lap. Leak Arcade is still on the first place right now, being followed very closely by Fabricator. Is gonna Leak Arcade be able to maintain this lead right now? He's really separating from the pack, not so much from second, third, and fourth place, bro. The rest of the crew, it's just out there. It's just really far away in the pack. We can see some people like 40 Watt and Evil Range, Evil Elf over there on the last places. They better hurry up because there's not a lot of time to be able to try to claim the first Sacred Oils controller. And here we come in this straightforward line. Gruntiatus trying to take a lead. Pitbot also trying to like just push that gas pedal. Push the gas pedal right there off your marble. Leak Arcade is still in the first place, but a lot of people is coming very close. But it seems that Leak Arcade is gonna be claiming that first place in a total of 3 laps on this amazing marble race. GG's to Leak Arcade, second place Gronchiatus, and we can see actually Goose taking that third place. GG's to absolutely everybody, and congratulations, big congratulations to Leak Arcade for being able, he was not able to claim the tournament, but he was able to claim a Sacred Oils controller. GG's to Leak Arcade. Let's go ahead and see what people had to say. How many laps is this? It was 3 laps. My heart indeed. It was freaking out on your Mr. Dino channel. No, we're on GG Speedruns today. A lot of bananas, a lot of boost. Let's see what other people has to say. Gruntiatus was doing Naruto running. It didn't work out for him. Let's go. GG's to absolutely everybody that participated. Now, let's go ahead and see the match between the top 8 runners. We're going to be seeing a match right now between the top 8 runners on this tournament. Let's go ahead and have a look at this. I just gotta learn how to exit this apparently. I have no idea how to exit. We're gonna have to restart this real quick. Let me get out of Marble Race and just restart it real quick, because it seems that it just crashed. But don't worry. Everything's planned. I got it handled. So for the top 8, you guys don't have to type !play. I'm gonna be adding you automatically, so don't worry about it. I'm gonna be adding all the top 8 runners right now. I know there's a certain rules that you can only win 1 controller tops for the night, so I guess if first, second, and third place already won controllers tonight, we're gonna be giving that to the 4th place. All right, so yeah, everybody on the top 8 is gonna be able to participate. But the controllers, it's just gonna be 1 per person. So if you want another control tonight by any other reason, such as having the top time in the whole tournament, or being first place today, yeah, I'm looking at you, Moniker. You can only get 1 controller tonight. Yeah, we can share amongst the other runners, amongst the other amazing people that also was part of this tournament. All right. So let's go ahead and do this. I think should be everything set up here. We're gonna be doing a simulation of 8 runners, and I'm pretty sure I have already the 8 runners here. Hopefully this worked as I wanted to set it up. Hopefully this worked as the way as oh, there it is. Look at this, guys. Look at this. We got It's Alti. We have Evodrog42. We got Evil Elf _1. We have Pico de Guile. That it always sounds to me like Pico de Gallo, but I know it's Pico de Guile. We need some ta-ta-da-ta-da, ta-ta-ta-da-ta-da for Guile right here. We got Retrophile TV. We got Lick Arcade. And we got El Rocco. So let's go ahead and actually do something here real quick. Before we start, guys, are you having a fun time today? Are you having a good time today? Let's do something. Let's do something here real quick. Let's see who's got more cheaters on the viewers right now. Who will win the marble race? Let's go ahead and do it with It's Alti, Evodrog42, Evil Elf _1. Because also make sure to follow all of these amazing runners, guys. Make sure to follow all of these amazing runners. They have been nothing but really cool. Oh, I cannot add more than 5 options in the poll, so screw that. Screw the poll. We're not gonna be doing the poll anymore. Let's go ahead and actually do the countdown instead, because the poll doesn't let me add more than 5 answers. So make sure to cheer for your favorite one right now in the chat. Let it be heard. Let it be hype. And here we go. Here we go with all the top 8 runners for this amazing bubble. Grandma's old-fashioned bubble tournament, and we can see that the first one leading the pack is gonna be Alti, but Rook and Evodrog are really not that far behind. They decide to take the left side of the pad. The other runners like Pico de Guile, Rocco, and Evil Elf are actually taking the right side of the pad, but here we are gonna be doing the crossroads right now. Here we're gonna be doing the crossroads, and Pico de Guile actually takes the lead. He actually went out a little bit favorable right there from the crossroads. And Pico de Guile is taking an early lead right now, but Retrophile and El Rocco are not gonna be falling that behind. And Monica and It's Alti, they better speed things up, because they're really falling behind right now. Remember, nothing is written in this type of races. We can still see people falling off the pad. We can see people just getting stuck in different types of hazards. We can see a lot of runners here having a little bit of trouble in all of these turns right now, but it seems that Pico de Guile is still maintaining the lead. He's followed very close by Evil Elf. Let's see if Evil Elf is going to be trying to take a little bit of advantage here on the turns. Oh, here it comes. A little bit of hazard from those icicles, but look at that skill from Pico de Guile, just jumping the debris from those icicles. But he actually started going into like the wrong side. That's not the way that you're supposed to go, Pico de Guile. And Evil Elf is gonna be taking advantage of that, and he's gonna be having the lead right now, having a little bit of trouble with these hazards, with these little mountains right there, those little ice mountains. Let's see what the rest of the crew are doing. Pico de Guile, Retrophile, and Monica are fighting it pretty hard on this other side of the road. Evil Elf is gonna be on the lead right now, going out of those little ice mountains. Evil Elf is having the lead right now. He's gonna be taking the boost. We can see a little bit more icicles falling down. We're gonna be having a little bit of debris of the icicles in a moment. So who's following here pretty closely? Who is following Evil Elf pretty closely? I don't even know. Who's that shadow? Who's that shadow marble right there? Who's that shadow marble? It doesn't have any name. It doesn't have any name. Who is that marble with no name right there, trying to claim that first place? That is actually going into like the front of Evil Elf. We can see all the runners here a little bit behind. Evil Elf is still in first place, because I have no idea who that nameless marble is. What's going on? There seems to be a little bit of a glitch in the matrix. So if there is absolutely no name for that marble, the first place with an actual name is gonna be the winner. And according to the leaderboard, we can still see probably Evil Elf on the first place. Pico de Guile and Monica are having here a very close neck-to-neck fight. Let's see. He tries to take from the left, from the right. going past the blizzard right now. Going past the blizzard, Moniker is gonna be out of the blizzard, and Pico de Gal doesn't wanna let him just go. And where is Evil Elf? Evil Elf and Retrofile are having a little bit of trouble there with the blizzard. So it's actually Moniker. In first place right now, followed very closely by Pico de Gal. Is Moniker gonna be claiming 2 first places tonight? Maybe, who knows, but at least he seems to be on track to claim the first one, and he's already on grand finals for the actual tournament, so he's gonna have an opportunity to claim 2 first places on the same night. Oh, Moniker, you're almost there. Here we go, Moniker, and boom. First place goes to Moniker right there, claiming the victory on the marble race. Second place for Retrofile. Third place for Evil Elf. So remember, in case that Moniker ends up being victorious tonight on the tournament, it's gonna be Retrofile that's gonna be taking that controller to home right now. Only one controller per runner. We have Pico de Cal right there in 5th place. El Rocco is gonna be landing on 6th place. What's Leak Arcade doing? Leak Arcade is taking a slowly pace, turtle pace like Skunky likes to call them. Leak Arcade is gonna be falling right here onto the 7th place, and it's Alti, it's gonna be right there on the 8th place. Alright, we don't have any chat right now for the rest of the people. I hope you guys had a fun time today with the marble races. Remember, we're gonna be heading into the grand finals right now between It's Alti and Moniker, so make sure to stay tuned. My name is Mr. Dino 023.
Welcome back, everyone. That was wild. I didn't think that I was a marbles guy, but I was talking to Chuckles and I kind of loved it. Like Gruntiatus and Lick said, it's kind of like weirdly addicting. I enjoyed that a lot, but GG to Moniker for taking down a controller, pending the results, and GG to Lick for taking down a controller as well. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, congratulations to both of the winners there. Unfortunately for Moniker, by winning that controller, he is now disqualified from the tournament. So congrats to Itzalti on your victory, and we can all go home now.
Yep, just pack it up. Show's over. Nothing to see here. We'll check you all
Tune in,
later.
everybody. Drive safe.
No, unfortunately, Alti's got his work cut out for him because Alti is coming from the popped bracket, which means he has to beat Moniker in not one best of 3, but 2 best of 3s. So I mean, Alti trying to win, ideally he just wins 6 straight, but we both know that's most likely not going to happen. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so he's got to take 3 out of 5 and then 3 out of 5.
Yep, so we're looking at 10 potential games here, which is crazy.
Yeah, could be as short as 3, could be as long as 10, depending on how it goes. Moniker swept Alti to get here, and then Alti responded by sweeping Retrofile in the popped bracket to get back. So Alti wants his revenge, and Moniker wants to go out on top and to show that he is, the champion. He's put in more time than anybody else on this game, and he wants that to show.
Yep.
As we get started here.
It's the battle of the janitors. Whose broom is better? Will we see another sweep? Probably not.
I hope not, because I want to watch more Böbl, but that's just me being greedy.
No, I agree.
At this point, these competitors, we know what to expect out of them. They're both incredibly talented. They know all of the tricks, and they're capable of pulling them off in any given run. Moniker is still sitting on fastest time of the day, and Alti was in second place with his time. So they're both capable of doing a lot right here.
Yeah, Moniker trying to go for the greedy controller 3-peat. He's got fastest time. He just got a marbles for random top 8 participant. Now he's trying to take down the tournament controller as well. We all know that, he's only going to get to go home with 1, but I think he just wants to flex on us.
Absolutely. Alti streams a lot of different games. Moniker is primarily a Böbl streamer. And so he absolutely does want to flex, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how long Moniker's relationship with this game goes on, just because it's a short game and it's already rather optimized. So I'll be interested to see when he's saturated with Böbl, when he says, "All right, I've had enough. What do I want to set my sights on now?" Because dude's obviously a very talented gamer.
He set a couple of times, some objectives for himself, where he said if he hits those benchmarks, he'll move on to something else. So I know he's not quite done with the game yet. He knows he has a little more work to do. As we see him take a pop there, not a super costly pop, but it is enough to give Alti the lead.
I'm going to be honest, Chuckles. I like it. I like the Moniker pops. I want to see more Böbl. I'd like to see a bracket reset. I'm going to be unabashed here in my bias. Let's go. Let's go, Alti.
Oh, absolutely. I do not want to see a sweep. We just saw Alti take a pop as Moniker gets the Grandma's Basement. Alti gets the Grandma's Basement on the second try, so they're still very close. I think their timers might be off sync by a second or two, so we'll just have to keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah. I mean, you guys know the drill here. We're moving down to the Abyss. We grab Darkwing. We're going to head down to the bottom of the map, grab the double jump power up, and then intentionally death warp back to the bell that we checked earlier. Ooh, okay. That was a weird transition. I thought it might be
it seemed like it did take a little bit longer. I think Moniker has about a 1 second lead, even though it looks like a bit more. That must have just been getting them synced back up.
Synced. Yeah, sure. So yeah, I think we're very close here.
We see Moniker execute the bop and hop. Alti is a little bit slower, but still manages to get over.
All right, but I mean,
probably identical strategies out of them here. They're both going for Aflac. They're both going to go for the waterfall skip and a demonic grandma.
Yeah, I want to see both runners be as aggressive as possible, right? We've learned today how important these new strats and new tricks are. So when we see Moniker does get it, Alti gets it, nice. So we still have a race going.
Now they're both doing the salmon jump. Moniker does not make it, neither does Alti, but Moniker's pop was a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and it's weird to say, right? It's like Moniker failed better, but it's true. Yeah, his pop was a little more optimal. Wasted less time getting to back to his death warp. Moniker kind of messed up that jump though, which allowed Alti to catch up, and now they're basically in sync again.
Yep, looks like Moniker took a little bit of a riskier strat there, so he popped one less block on his way down to Scrooge. But they're both on their way to Plucky with very little separating them. A tar pit could be all the difference here.
Yeah, it's going to come down to, tar pit or just better climb. Unless one of them takes a really uncharacteristic pop. But this is about as close as it gets. We've only seen like one other race. I forget who the participants were, but one other race today that was this close.
Moniker is ahead by a hair. But let's see how they do getting Ferdinand out of here. Looks like they both got a high bounce, so nobody got screwed up there. Heading up to Wild Wing with similar strategies. And it's still Moniker by, not even a second right now, I think. Here's one of the last places to pop. It looks like they both get through there cleanly. So this is what we wanted. It's going to come down to execution on the climb and optimization of that Howard grab. This is close.
Yeah, runners both...
One extra bounce could be it.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't really seen any of those like big falls during the climb that 40 watt range was hoping for on day one of the event. But we do see Alti miss the first bell grab there, which is unfortunate. That could be
the difference maker right there.
Yep.
That's incredible. They were practically neck and neck to that final bell, and just one extra bounce without ringing that bell. That's the difference between a win and a loss right here.
I think
GG's to both of these runners. These were some incredible runs. They both did good. Neither of them got the demonic grandma. If one of them had gotten that, and everything else stayed the same, then that person would have won for sure. Very little margin of error there.
For sure. Yeah, Alti just had that little stumble right at the end, which was most of the time loss, honestly. He's going to finish like just a couple seconds behind Moniker. But Moniker,
I think Moniker was about half a second ahead going into that final bell. So Moniker might have gotten the win anyway, but that was really most of the separation between them.
Yeah, for sure. Look at that. Just a second and a half.
One tiny mistake, one extra bounce. GG to both of these runners. This is what we wanted to see in the finals. We wanted to see close matches going into that ladder climb with either of them having a chance.
Yeah.
Looks like they'll get reset. A time in the 540s is a great time. Not good enough for fastest run of the day. But outside of the demonic grandma, not a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, Moniker still has the fastest time of the day with like a 5... Was it a 5:29 at this point?
I think it's a 5:32. Let me check my notes. Or yeah, it is a 5:29. You're right. He had a 5:32 and then a 5:29.
Yeah. He put up 2 in a row. That's wild. Playing very well. Yeah, I mean, if you're Alti at this point, like, you're already having to reset the bracket to have a shot. So you're kind of in like a nothing to lose scenario, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't really see like getting flustered here. It's like, just do your best. Go all out, try all the strats. I don't see a point in getting anxious. You've come all this way. Like, you still have an opportunity. There's no need to get flustered.
It's also worth noting that both of these runners are going to walk away from today with a Sacred Oils controller because one of them is going to win it. And if Moniker wins, the fastest time of the day goes to the second fastest, which is Alti. If Alti wins, Moniker had the fastest run of the day. So it kind of takes the pressure off. Like, you're winning because you want to win. But you're not, the controller is not the goal now. You want bragging rights. You want to be able to say that you're the best at this.
Yeah. Which, I mean, Moniker really proving that right now because his fastest time is 12 seconds ahead of the second fastest time of the day. 12 seconds. Oh, and I say that and he pops right after the first bell. And he pops again. Maybe a third time.
Well, you'd have to have a really bad run to pop more than 3 times that early in the run. I know from experience because I think I popped there 5 times in the final race.
I do remember that.
I was Oh, we see uncharacteristic pops from both runners there. This is this is not going to be a world record pace here. You know, and both of these guys probably don't think the other person made a mistake, so they're probably both panicking right now.
Flustered, yeah. It's weird because they both just played so clean. Like, they looked so determined and focused, and now all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, I don't care anymore.
It's like they heard me on commentary saying that they both already had a controller, so the pressure was off.
Yeah.
Then they just relaxed.
Dino said Popple. Yeah, that's correct.
Popple, yeah. All right, Alti is not in too bad a shape. His pop was minor. He gets to Iron Ball in 1:16, which is still a very respectable time. In his head, he probably thinks he's 2 or 3 seconds behind. Meanwhile, Moniker is coming into Iron Ball, assuming that he's behind, and he is, by a more considerable amount as he gets a 1:32. So it's about a 16-second difference between them.
Yeah, it's a really sizable difference.
Demonic Grandma could make up for a lot of that.
Yeah, some of these more aggressive strategies, you know, the waterfall skip, Demonic Grandma, or just like a pop down in the abyss on the way to double jump ball, you know, those kind of things could definitely change it around. But Alti with a nice little lead here.
Yeah, he gets a clean Grandma's basement there as Moniker makes the Grandma jump. Yeah, there's still too much left to race to call this for either person here for sure.
Right.
You know, Alti wants to even it up, and I think if he can play cleanly, he should be able to do that. But a lot of places left to make mistakes. See if he threads the needle here, and he does.
I think that's how you know a player's feeling confident, is when they thread the needle. Because it's like one of the most marginal time saves, and it's like, it's high risk, you know, there's a very good chance to pop there. So when I see somebody thread the needle, it's like, okay, they're feeling themselves, they feel good here. So I like
we just saw Moniker thread the needle as well.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Because like there's also the other side of the coin where it's like, well, when you're super behind, you kind of got to pull out all the stops and go for everything. So
sure. All right, Alti is going to be the first one to approach the waterfall here, and he does not make it over, so he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
It's better to bonk than to pop, Chuckles. Is it better to Is it better to have bonked than not popped at all?
We see Moniker
gets the waterfall
up
skip.
The waterfall skip. So this will give us a clue as to how much of a time save that is. We know he's going to go for the Demonic Grandma. It's named after him. He does not get it, but he manages to pop pretty quickly. Alti does not go for it since he already has Scrooge and doesn't need it.
Yeah, Alti still with a pretty nice lead here.
Yeah.
Moniker, you know, popping 2 or 3 times right out of the gate, you have to wonder if there's a little bit of the it's free karma coming back to bite him.
It could be. But Moniker knows that, you know, he's got the advantage and that he only needs to win the first matchup and not force a second one. Endy has a 1-race lead right now.
That's true.
You know, hopefully he's not letting it get to himself too much. Maybe in his head he's just like, all right, this isn't the one. I'll let Alti take this one, and I'll come back and win the next one.
Yeah, you're like, whatever, I have so many races to give. Like, I'm not even going to sweat this.
Right now, Moniker's just thinking, all I have to do is win 2 more.
Yeah, just 2 more. And then the bracket gets reset, and you're like, just 2 more.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if Alti is able to stay ahead and pull off this win to even it up, you know, I think Moniker is going to have to be more focused in the next one and avoid those early pops. You really just don't want to put yourself at a disadvantage so early. As we see Alti
missed the bell
again with that top bell.
Yeah. I would like to see Alti clinch this one. It would be a big boost to his like tempo and mentality, I think. You don't want to go down 2-0 when you're already, you know, a whole bracket reset behind.
Right, and you know, remember that Alti got swept by Moniker in the previous round. So he's got to feel good just picking up a win here to maybe gain a little momentum and, you know, remind himself that he's perfectly capable of beating Moniker head to head.
Yep. He talked about that earlier. He said they played earlier in the week, and he did beat him 2-1. So it was good to see Alti take one down here. I didn't quite catch the time. I think it's going to be around a 5:40 again. It's kind of Valty's thing. He likes to get right around that 5:41 time. He's put up like several of those today already.
Looks like we did just get a raid of 50 people in chat from the Retro Runner. So welcome in, viewers. You're here for the Bauble final. Thanks for stopping by.
Yo, Retro, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Yeah, we are in the grand finals right now of the tournament. Moniker versus Alti. It's tied 1-1, but Alti is coming from the popped, aka the losers bracket, so he would have to win this best of 3 and then win another best of 3.
He certainly has his work cut out for him.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
Just showed that he's capable of beating Moniker, so he can't be thinking about that big picture. He just won one, now he's saying, win the next one. At least that's the mentality I would take. I couldn't be thinking about winning 2 best of 3s in a row against Moniker, but I'm like, well, I can win one more. See how it goes.
Right. Yeah, I think we're just getting right back into it. There's going to be a lot of bubble here. Runners are not going to have a whole lot of time to breathe. Oh, actually, Moniker is just practicing the very first jump. Yeah, and
his
he
timer
popped on
hasn't
it.
started.
He popped on the very first jump again.
Yeah, he's just practicing. He doesn't want to make those mistakes. Sometimes when you're doing PB runs, that first 10 seconds is like a jail you can't break out of. You can pop so many times there if your timing's just a little bit off.
Oh,
and you're
for
telling
sure.
yourself you want to have a flawless first section so you have a chance at a PB.
Yeah.
And it ends up causing a lot of pops.
Yeah, games like this that are just, super punishing towards mistakes or super optimized, the Marios, the Castlevanias, the Ninja Gaidens, runners are no stranger to resetting early, So getting through that first section is always such a relief in these old retro speedruns that are really optimized. There's a lot of
practicing the waterfall skip as well.
I mean, you've got the time. I say go for it.
Well, the other thing is when you're speedrunning for PB, you have this mindset that the first, for the first stage, resets are free because it doesn't cost you a lot of time. So you go for it as hard as you possibly can because you don't care about resets. But you can't have that mentality in a race because you got to play it out.
Right. Yeah, I've not watched Moniker too much. I don't really know what his reset etiquette is like, or habit rather. I don't know if he's really reset heavy or not.
He is pretty reset heavy. His PBs are all very well optimized at this point. So he's pretty quick to give up on a run if he knows it's not going to be a competitive one.
Sure.
But that's not a good race day strat because you can reset, but I wouldn't highly recommend it. Just ask Rod.
Yeah, the rage reset gets the best of everybody sometimes.
Sure. Looks like we're pretty synchronized here as they head into the pipes.
Yeah, at this point up to, Iron Ball, it's going to be pretty trivial for both runners. Going to be doing this tiny little pipe skip, getting a fast pipe entry. We've only seen one scenic route, I think, in the entire tournament on the pipe, so shouldn't expect that to change here.
That's right. They're going to be dead even into Iron Ball here.
Yeah, that was really fast, like a low 113.
Rod is pointing out in chat that there was no rage.
There was no rage.
I believe that was a case of, if you don't make that one pipe skip, you have to go on some screens that you'd never otherwise see in the game. And if you haven't practiced those screens, you might not know where to go.
Yeah. Honestly, those screens are tough, too.
They made them a little bit easier in 1.1, but it's not something that you ever really practice because it's early enough that you just reset if you don't hit that pipe.
Yeah.
Viewers might not even know the screens we're talking about, and that's okay. You're hopefully not going to see them at all today, as both of these guys get simultaneous Grandma's Basement.
Yeah, Grandma's Basement is apparently free. Both runners taking top route. I expect both of them to grab Darkwing, and I assume they'll both go to Thread the Needle as well. We're going to see them pull out all the stops here, but they're, neck and neck at this point. Super synced.
Rod pointing out in chat that he still doesn't know those screens, and he never will, as we see simultaneous needle threading. This is pretty impressive. Now, we don't mention it much, but this is the most important screen of the whole race right here. Moniker using his patented bop and hop. And Alti getting over cleanly as well, but perhaps a, quarter of a second slower.
Yeah, it was really good to see them both hit that. That's a huge time loss, like popping there or having to tag the bell and take the scenic route through the pipe of shame. You're literally looking at like 20 to 25 seconds. So really good to see them both hit it. I want these races to be very close.
Let's see how the waterfall goes. Alti had some problems with it before. Looks like Moniker didn't get the waterfall there as he goes down to Scrooge.
Right, but like we've talked about before, the first attempt at it's basically free. Ooh, Alti pops.
Does not get the demonic grandma, but that's okay. He's going to head back down to Scrooge now.
It was a really early pop.
Separating these two is the waterfall skip, and we see Moniker go for it on the second try and get it. Yeah, that's a risky strategy, because if you miss it on the second try, you can't just fall down and get Scrooge.
Right. He takes the pixel perfect pop out, and he's off to grab Plucky, so he's going to be a couple screens ahead of Alti at this point.
That's right. So they took slightly different routes to get there, but now they're both back on the same linear track. Moniker does have a lead here as they head up into the clouds. The tar pit is the biggest challenge left, really, in terms of a time loss. A couple of places to pop, but not a whole lot at this point.
But this is a best of 5, so if Moniker does manage to take this down, there'll still be more matches to be played.
Moniker's on the last screen now where popping is really an issue. He gets through there cleanly. The only other place to pop is after Howard. So we're going to see Moniker head into the climb here, and Alti not too far behind, but there's not a lot of time to be made up in the clouds. You just have to hope that the other person makes a mistake.
Right. Yeah, clouds all execution. Like you said, nowhere to really pop. You're just trying to optimize your movement as much as possible. Just lots of like micro perfecting. We have seen Alti kind of struggle with this bell so far in these races. I know he's behind here and getting it probably doesn't matter, but I'd like to see him get it just so he has that cleared going into the next race. Oh no.
Looks like we had a syncing issue there. Looked briefly like it was frozen. But Moniker is going to be the first one into the pipe.
Yeah, it got right in around like 5 flat or so. So he'll be looking at like a 532, 533, something like that. But GG to Moniker, takes it down. He's up 2-1. So yeah, Alti, he needs to win. That's all there is to it. He has to win.
Alti needs to win the next 2 to force another best of 5. Moniker just needs to win 1 out of the next 3 to be crowned champion.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you'd definitely rather be in Moniker's shoes. Just beat him now, Just beat him now.
Yeah, I'm sure Moniker would very much like to not let this go to another best of 5 matchup. He wants to win that controller, even though he already won another one. He's ready to go. We see him get to that start screen pretty quickly because he's all set.
Yeah, it was a really nice time.
Do a little practice.
He got another 532. I think that's his second 532 today. He's had a 529 and 2 532s, and I think those are the 3 fastest times. And like I said, the next one is not particularly close. It's like a 541. So Moniker is, when he's on, he's on.
There's a reason that they call him the human task.
For sure. But that's okay, because Alti's going to take down these next 2. We're going to get a nice bracket reset and get to watch more Bubble.
That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know what the fans are hoping for. But I've had a lot of fun today, and I wouldn't mind watching a little bit more. While we have this moment between races, once again, just want to thank Mr. Dino023 for running everything behind the scenes today. He's done an excellent job. GG Speedruns, thank you so much for putting this together. It's been a lot of fun. I'm really glad we're able to be a part of it, and I'm glad that so many people are enjoying this game. It's a great game.
For sure. Moniker pops again. Thankfully, he had that bell. start calling that the moniker Pop, I think. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that.
Well, he's got some jumps named after him too, so you gotta name some pops after him.
Yeah, it's only fair. Maybe Moniker likes to start off behind. He wants the he's a sicko. He wants the pressure, dude. He's a masochist.
It's certainly possible. I don't think he's too happy with those pops.
No,
maybe
I don't
he does
think
do
so
better
either.
in those situations.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know if either of these runners are following the broadcast or if they're just racing blind. I know I'd rather not know how the other person was doing.
I bet Moniker's following the broadcast. I don't know about Alti.
You know,
I think
Alti's
Moniker-
gonna his iron ball, and he's going to feel good about it, but he's going to assume that Moniker's right there with him. 1:13 is a great time, and you just assume that your competitors has the exact same time right there.
Yeah, I mean Moniker a few seconds behind, but 3 seconds, not huge, definitely not insurmountable. The tricks that we've seen today, waterfall skip, etc., worth a lot more than that 3 seconds. So
that's right. We have not seen a whole lot of runs with successful waterfall skips followed by demonic grandmas.
Yeah, I think Moniker's really the only one who's done that a ton. Actually, I think Moniker in their previous matchup in winners finals, I think Moniker went 3 for 3 on the demonic grandma, which was pretty
That's
wild.
pretty impressive. As we see both runners get grandma's basement there, keeping it close. Alti's got about a half screen lead right now as they go down into the abyss.
Yep, Alti grabs Darkwing. He's going to head down to the double jump power-up. I assume we'll see him thread the needle as well. But, we're coming up on the critical bell skip for the Death Warp. We tagged that bell as a checkpoint before we came down through Grandma's basement. This is one of the most critical screens of the run. Don't want to pop prematurely. Premature population, as Noise Police called it. And you don't want to tag that bell. And Alti got it. Moniker got it. So we've got ourselves a nice race.
Popping is the worst thing. Ringing that bell is also not great because then you have to take the ride of shame. See Alti with a little bit of a lead here as he picks up Aflac about 2.5 seconds ahead of Moniker. It's going to come down to who can make this waterfall skip here.
Yeah, I really like this trick. It's super cool and it's super important. Alti nails it. See if Moniker gets it as well. Interesting. Yeah, he did. So interestingly, Moniker didn't go for it on the first attempt in the last race. I thought that I didn't understand that mentality.
Interesting strategy there by Alti. Rather than going for the demonic grandma and possibly missing it, he opts for the pixel perfect pop on Deadeye. And we just saw Moniker miss the demonic grandma, so that's going to give Alti a bit more of a lead. I like that strategy.
I was gonna say,
I kind of good about demonic grandma. Don't waste the time.
I kind of love it, right? Because he knows that Moniker is gonna go for it. Moniker's just absolutely gonna go for it every time. And if a Moniker misses, and Alti just gets that free, he basically gets a free time save. I like that strat a lot. I think that's very smart.
Yeah, I think you have to feel pretty confident in that demonic grandma to go for it. I think too many runners today went for it just because they know it's the fastest strat, and they're giving up 5 seconds by not just trying the quick pop on Deadeye.
Yeah, I agree. I talked to
in the lead here as he heads up to Ferdinand, and hopefully he can hold on to it and force another matchup.
Yeah, I talked to Skunky about it before the event, just discussing the demonic grandma, and I was like, that seems risky to me for a race strat. I'm off it. I don't really think I want to mess with that. If you hit it,
I think it's an incredible world record strat.
Yeah, agreed. But I wonder
it just comes
if
down to your confidence level in the trick.
Sure. Yeah, and I wonder if maybe Moniker has the stream pulled up, and I wonder if he's even listening to us. And now he's like, oh, maybe I won't go for it next time. Because now he knows Alti didn't.
I think he's going to go for it next time. If he doesn't go for it, then we'll know that he's watching.
Alti got the bell the first try.
Nice job.
Conquered his demons.
Yeah.
All right, we've got ourselves some bubble chuckles.
That's a great time by Alti, and that's going to improve on his personal best of the day. Still not enough to beat Moniker's 529, but it does make it a little bit closer. It's definitely going to be faster than his 541. GG's to both of these runners with some great runs here.
Yeah, Alti putting up a really good time, probably looking at like a 532-ish, which I think he had the second fastest time, right? At like 541?
He was at a 541, now he is at a 532.
Yeah, so that's a huge improvement.
That's the third fastest run of the day overall. The top two were Moniker.
Yep. Yeah, it was really good. Very nice by Alti. Very excited to see this come to a game 5. And I hope Alti takes it down and we get to see more Bubble.
Just a reminder for anybody in chat, if you're watching this game and it interests you, this game is available through the Morphcat Games website. It is pay what you want. And the devs are still working on bringing more updates to it. Version 1.2 will hopefully be out soon. So feel free to check out that link. It's in chat right now.
Yeah, Morphcat's been incredible. You know, they've been talking to people in the community, you know, listening to our suggestions, implementing new features. So please go out and support them.
So I saw a question in chat. Somebody was wondering why Alti will not win if he wins this next matchup. That's because this is a double elimination tournament, and Moniker hasn't actually had a loss yet. So Alti needs to win this matchup to force another best out of 5 matchup. Whereas Moniker just needs to win one more race.
Yeah. Yeah, Alti coming from the Popped, aka the losers bracket, so he's already taken a loss in this event. So, yeah, Alti's on his last life, essentially, where Moniker still has one to give.
He's got to be feeling good after that run. And, you know, now he's telling himself if he can just win this one, that's going to reset the bracket. Alti had a 532 in that round. That's
it's a 531, 532.
All right, looks like they're off. We'll see if they can avoid early pops here. Go ahead, Finn.
No, I was just gonna say, in the great words of the Buffer Bros, let's get ready to bubble.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if either of them go for the demonic grandma, or if Alti's going to stick with his just going for the pop strategy. And we'll find out if Moniker's been listening to us or not.
Yeah, love the pop strat. I hope he does it again. I think it's the play.
I agree. Unless you're very confident in that demonic grandma, and I don't know how anybody can be that confident in that jump right now.
Yeah, I don't think Alti's practiced it as much as Moniker. I don't think his consistency is as high. So, you know, I think it's the right call. You know, I've talked about this previously on this stream. You know, safe is consistent, and consistent is ultimately fast. So.
Yeah, but it's hard to tell yourself to play it safe when you're up against Moniker.
For sure.
You feel like you need your fastest possible run.
Yeah, that's what's really neat about this head-to-head like race scenario, is there's like kind of some mind games to it, you know? There's a bit of a meta game itself when it comes to, oh, what are they doing? What tricks are they going for? How am I positioned based on my current performance? And then you're like freaking out, then you're like, wait, just play the game, you know? Like, don't even think about that stuff, just play the game.
See, they're still pretty much neck and neck as they're approaching the grandma jump here. Alti takes a safety bell that is virtually free. And they're still dead even after both hitting the grandma jump.
Yeah, very close here. Sounds like that might have been a PB for Alti, which is super cool.
Look at this. They both hit grandma's basement. It's like they know what's on the line here.
Yep, both players opting to go top route. Both have a super fast waterfall. Actually, like, not very intuitive, but it's actually faster to let the waterfall carry you there rather than holding dive.
Yeah, that is kind of an interesting game mechanic that Iron Ball goes slower than just letting go in a waterfall. It takes a little bit of getting used to. As we see simultaneous needle threads, Alti is ahead by about a ball. Not very much. There we see Moniker's bop and hop saves him a little bit of time, and he takes that right back.
Yeah, Moniker moves ahead by about a bubble. Yeah.
They both make their way to Aflac here, and it's really going to come down to this waterfall and how they handle the next little portion here.
This is it. I'm not gonna lie, Chuckles. I'm nervous. Just hold me. I'm gonna close my eyes.
I think they're both going to make it. Moniker doesn't even go for it.
That's weird.
Interesting. Alti makes it over. He's going to go for Deadeye. Let's see if he goes for the quick pop. And he goes for it, doesn't get it. Just takes a standard pop.
I mean, you're committed.
Strategy.
You're committed at that point, you know? I don't think you should turn around.
Now Moniker's going over the waterfall, and he's going to go for the jump this time. He does make it over the waterfall. Alti makes his way down to Scrooge. Moniker doesn't go for demonic grandma, so hi Moniker.
And he also misses. Yeah, so now, I mean, they basically had identical strats and we're tied up again.
Yeah, Moniker with about a half a screen lead there. Very impressive from both of these runners. Moniker's the first one to Plucky, but this is still anybody's race.
He had inside intel.
We shouldn't have been giving away strats on stream. That's our mistake. Let's see how the tar pit handles both of these folks as they go for Ferdinand. Moniker's first in and first out. Alti also has no problems, and they are still very close. Alti with a bit of a stumble on the way up to Wild Wing, though.
That was Moniker, actually, so yeah. Did Alti stumble too?
Alti did stumble, yes.
Okay. Well, they both took a little stumble there, so I think it shakes out to be about even.
Yeah, Moniker's got most of one screen lead at this point. So it's coming down to the climb. This is what we wanted. They're both heading up into the clouds. They've really got to optimize it. Don't take any extra bounces here. Do it as quickly as possible. Moniker seems to have no trouble with this.
Yeah, Moniker is looking locked in, and Alti's been struggling with this final bell tag. He gets it, but
needed an extra bounce there, and that might be the difference.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think this is it. I think Moniker's going to be your grandma's old-fashioned bubble tournament champion, taking it down over Alti in grand finals without a bracket reset, 3-2. Whew, GG to both runners. Super close, just a couple seconds between them.
That was an incredible finish there. Obviously, we need to wait and confirm that all the ducks are in the final room, but I don't think anybody missed any ducks.
Nah, I don't think so. I think the ducks fly together. We're going to see 8 quacks on our final screen. Man, I really wanted the bracket reset. That was incredibly close. It was very interesting to see both runners kind of adjust their strategies as the finals went on. Both of them opting to skip the demonic grandma, going for the pixel perfect pop, and yeah, Moniker's execution just a tiny bit cleaner.
GG's to everybody that participated in this tournament. Congrats to Moniker on proving that he is the best at Bubble.
Yeah, Moniker taking it down. He won the tournament. He also had the fastest time of the day. He also won the marbles race for a random top 8 participant. Obviously, he's not getting 3 controllers, but he definitely earned at least one. But yeah, GG
What's
to
up,
both
guys?
runners.
Yo,
Thanks.
thank you so much for having us. That was so much fun.
Yeah,
That was a
absolutely.
blast.
You guys put on quite a show.
Oh, yeah, Alti played out of his mind. Jeez.
Yeah, I was interested to see Alti like stop going for the demonic grandma, and then in the final race you opted to not go for it as well. I think that was kind of like the difference maker. It's like the meta changed over the course of the match, which is interesting.
Oh, I went for it. I just failed the waterfall skip.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I had told myself I wasn't going to go for it. I wasn't going to go for it. Then this morning I started getting it a couple times, and that cost me several matches against you, Moniker.
I think that's actually what cost me the second to last match there against you, because it was a slow pop there at the end for my DG.
Yeah, and not only that, but Alti picked up the pixel perfect Deadeye pop rather than going for the demonic grandma.
Yeah, he just said, screw it. I'm just going for the safe, consistent play, which I liked. I thought was correct in the scenario.
Yeah, for sure. I knew I had to go for a bunch of stuff against him because he is no slouch. That is for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like, they basically have to pull out all the stops pretty much. But then, I could tell that Alti had kind of realized his DG consistency wasn't where he would like. So I liked the adjustment. I think that was smart.
Yeah,
I think we gave him a good show there at the end.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that 2-2.
Yeah, I mean that was about as close as it gets. There were literally about three seconds between the two of you there for that final race. So it was super fun to watch.
Okay, so you ended up with 536. Okay, on that last one. Oh, I was so focused, I didn't even look.
But yeah,
I
so
had
Moniker,
your stream pulled up. I had Moniker's stream pulled up because it's faster than the replay that you guys are doing, the restream. And so I saw him enter the pipe just before I did, so I knew he got me.
Gotcha. Okay.
See, I had your stream pulled up, but it kept lagging, and so it would be like, is he actually ahead, or am I ahead? Like, I couldn't tell.
Strategic lagging.
Yes.
Hit the lag switch.
Well, I mean, his wife does work for an internet company, so I mean, maybe she was just strategically placing it there.
Yep, just shove some extra packets in the tubes and lag them up. But yeah, Moniker, you'll be walking away with a Sacred Oils controller. You'll be getting ace for taking down first place. So GG,
That's right, and
congratulations.
also gets a controller today.
Yeah, second fastest time, right? 5:32.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that.
That's a pretty good consolation prize.
That is amazing. That's a PB.
Yeah, it is. So I'll look for that submission, Moniker, on your on the leaderboard.
For sure.
And then what? Retrofile got top 8 contender controller, and then Lick
Retrofile
Arcade.
Second place in the top 8, so he will get that one, and Lick Arcade wins the one for the audience.
Yeah, it was good to see that controller go to Lick, because I think that was definitely well deserved. Lick put in a lot of work in this game.
Yeah, he did. I was worried about him. There was that upset, but he played out of his mind too. It was great. Everyone played great.
Yeah, this was super fun. Thank you so much to Mr. Dino and GG Speedruns for putting this event on, and for you, Moniker, and Alti, and the rest of the Salsa Shack for just loving this game and like pushing it forward and getting people to pick it up and talk about it, and finding these new strats. It's been a lot of fun to watch all of this transpire.
Yeah, and if you haven't picked it up already, go ahead and pick it up. It's there's a link, I'm sure, that we have on this channel, right? That you can go get it.
Yep.
There it is.
Absolutely. Morphcatgames.itch.io. It is, pay what you want, but, Morphcat, like I've said, they've been super communicative with the player base. They're actively working on a version 1.2, fixing bugs, adding features. So, please throw some money their way. Support this beautiful game so we can get more.
A physical cart someday.
Exactly. Support the devs so we can get more games like this.
I hear there's a randomizer in the 1.2.
That's right.
Oh yeah, it's pretty fun. I've played the beta of it.
Yep, I played it once or twice.
How do I'm interested to know how, I guess it could change, it's subject to change, but how do the random spawn positions work in the current iteration?
I've just kind of seen them from what I was looking at the Morphcat Discord. They're saying that certain ducks like it in certain areas of the level, and some people might like to be in a dark, watery area, and some others might be wanting to be in the clouds and things like that. So they're kind of in general areas, but they're I don't know. They kind of like to hang out where they will.
Sure. They have their natural habitats.
Yeah.
And one thing about the new version is it does actually show the ducks' names above their heads when you collect them. So this stuff that the community has come up with, the names Deadeye and Darkwing and all that, are official.
Amazing.
Yeah, really neat. And the bubble wrap by Noise Police and crew is also picked up by the devs as part of the official soundtrack. So it's been really neat to see the devs bring in, suggestions and content, etc. from the community.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for being a part of this. That commentary was amazing. I really appreciated that, and it made the show so much more fun. Morphcat, and GG Speedruns, and everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. What's next for you and for you, Moniker and Alti? Where do you see yourselves going next? Is it more bubble?
I'm probably gonna grind sub 450 for all ducks, and then I'm gonna hang up my bubble bracket, my bubble hat, if you will.
Sure.
I don't know. I've been watching somebody play this this Hollow Knight game that looks pretty fun, so I think I might start working on that run.
Hollow Knight's a great game.
I think Ninja Gaiden's up next for me.
Ninja
good luck.
Ninja Gaiden, not my favorite, but I respect your decision, and I wish you luck.
Yeah, not going for like sub 12 or anything, but probably sub 13.
Yeah, I think that's a good goal. That's when the game starts to become a little rough, I think. But yeah, sub 13 was very enjoyable.
Certainly not free.
No, nothing is free in Ninja Gaiden. It's like Bubble on steroids.
Yeah. I'm currently, I think, at like 1446 or something on it, or something like that.
Cool. Well, I think that about does it. Does anybody have anything else that they want to shout out or give thanks to? Mr. Dino, did you want to come chat with us for a moment?
He says he doesn't have a mic. But anyway, I want to shout out the Salsa Shack crew because they've been a great home for a lot of this bubble stuff. And it's been a blast joining that community.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much to the Salsa Shack. Thank you so much to Sacred Oils, aka the Soap Team, aka the man behind the scenes, Skunky48, for helping to put this together. Thank you, Chuckles, for hanging out with me and putting in these really long hours where we have to listen to each other say the same stupid stuff over and over again. I appreciate all your work in this.
Tired of saying absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's one of my go-tos as well. But yes, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for watching. I think the last thing that I really want to say is support all the people in this community. You know, check out the Salsa Shack Discord. Check out these people on Twitter. You know, the runners, the commentators, the people hosting the event. You know, throw them a follow. These are all people that are in the retro speedrun community. You know, we're all just doing this as a labor of love. So be sure to check out everyone. Check out Moniker. Check out Alti. You know, follow MorphCat. Send them some money. Download this incredible game. But thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out and tuning in. I hope that we can do more events like this in the future, but we can't do it without the viewers and your support. So thank you so much for being here and for hanging out with us today.
Thanks again.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Until next time, we on that bubble.
And welcome to the 2020 Grandma's Old-Fashioned Bubble Tournament. Brought to you by Soap Team and GG Speedruns. Runners, let's go!
And clunk. I start. The goal is not to outsmart, but rather how much faster can I collect the ducks while not giving up about bells? While my opponent fails, everybody in chat press F for fouls. Egg laying out they bowels. Better not glance at the screen, him, her, or they, unless you want to see me, the NOISEPOLICE in the lead. Flynn Iron Ball sub 115. My inputs are true. Basement box I break through. Even Grandma knows about Mr. Kazoo.
Double, oil and trouble. It's salty here to boil your bubble. I'm spitting fire and wrecking your times, stealing your ducks, investing your rhymes. You'll be at Scrooge when I'm nabbing plucking. So say goodbye to your rubber dub ducking. I'm up in the clouds hanging with Wild Wing. You're stuck in the basement getting popped by Darkwing. I'm dodging the bells, keeping it real. Cause don't you know that I ain't gonna fail?
We on that bubble. This ain't no bubble, yeah. It's time for quacks, not couples, yeah. We on that bubble. This ain't no bubble, yeah. Come on.
Pick up the dog from the Salsa Shack and get ready, mother, for a heart attack. It's a brand new game from the NES dab to get you going quack, quack. Shout in your head. To listen to the story, what I tell you is true. You gonna be working your bubble till your face is blue, avoiding the pop, till you drop. Better be sub 6 coming out of that pipe. 8 ducks, just a quack and gonna build your hype. Go on and lather up, cause these oils are sacred. Get the fuck up at the shack if you don't like what I'm saying. Be go out.
My number's 42, but I am Amadrock, and it's time to collect my flock of ducks. You see, but I'm a bubble punk. That was called upon by the 48s. Come to navigate around this maze-like temple, collecting my homies, but you know it ain't that simple. We gotta dive right in to Grandma's basement, but watch the f*** out for that last bell placement. If you walk by 1 pixel, you'll feel so lame. Be riding to the top in that tube of shame. Now Monica says every trick is free, but the rest of us are popping, so how can that be?
We on that bubble. This ain't no bubble, yeah. It's time for quacks like couples, yeah. We on that bubble. This ain't no bubble, yeah. Come on. I'm a bubble, moving on the double, floating into space with my doggies to the Hubble, hitting pipes like Mario.
Everybody knows me from the clouds to the barrio. From the mind of the crafty morph cat, NES is the finest format. Kick back, relax, and let yourself slide down the lazy river.
Quack, quack, 40 watt attack. Put my hands on the controller, I ain't never looking back. Hungry time, now at the climb. One more double jump, whoops, never mind. In the jazz clouds, I'm getting skippy with my 2 boys, Frogger and Slippy. For the newbies, a lesson in history. What you know as the ain't what it really be, you hear me?
Well, wasn't that just delightful? This is Retrofile TV here to make sense of all this madness. You see, the bubble symbolizes humanity's ability to overcome adversity, to adapt, persevere against all odds, prevail, and be unstale. The misplaced mallards, the ducks that we are seeking, are divine fragments of the cosmos itself. Matter, antimatter, what does it matter? Everything and nothing that ever mattered. But what of the frogs? Who sleep in amphibian guardians, now awoken, and they are not pleased. Will you be the one to sing them back to slumber? Can you find your place amongst the